Microphone's on.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the budget deliberations. Thank you, everybody, for coming in. December 3rd. I guess we'll just kind of pick up right where we left off. We're good with that.
Mr. Reed, we made very good progress yesterday working through the operating part of the budget. Now, maybe made it through about a third of the capital budget with the equipment. Primarily guided by the equipment replacement program or emerging need. As I understand it, we're now going to go into other capital.
That's
Once we've made it through all of the capital, we'll go back and start doing some fourth choices, regular green. Go ahead, Ronnie.
All right, thank you, Mr. Colonel. So yes, we are on page 212 of the agenda package. And just like Mr. Kanelki said, we've gone through operations. Council's made had some great questions of what's happening in there. We'll still have the opportunity for any questions or discussions in regards to operations. We've talked about capital assets, so the equipment that is needed to provide those services for our residents. We're now going to talk capital projects. So what infrastructure are we working on? And some of this is multi-year in nature, some of it is single year, so you'll see that breakdown on page 214. We're going to talk about the processed water project, as well as council will be getting an update at the next council meeting in regards to that. And then some of the projects that are being carried forward from 2025 that weren't complete. And then the 5-year capital plan, so the 2027 to 2031, both equipment and capital. And lastly, an item for future considerations. So some dedicated reserve transfers is what that item is essentially about. So I suggest we move to page 214 and you can pull that out and we'll kind of tick those off. And this is where we'll be voting the red, yellow, and green on for capital projects as well. So the first item there is a new server for the ERP, the Enterprise Resource Planning system. Sorry, there's just an error that shouldn't say cloud server in there anymore. This is a $28,000 request for a server, and I'll just walk through what this is about. This is a new item that was added since the August 18th budget meeting. So our existing server infrastructure, primarily that holds our Diamond financial system, the operating system, and the budgeting system, has reached the end of its operational lifespan. So our IT provider, Intellica, has provided some updates on it. We've been patching this particular server with the regular patches that come out, but it is now at the end of its warranty. And the warranty that we have is a 24-hour, so it's a 4-hour warranty that is provided by the supplier, so that if something happens on it, they commit to being able to get those parts on the way within 4 hours. The concerns with the server is that if it goes down now without warranty, how long are we going to be? Could we possibly be down? And you'll see in that fourth paragraph, the end of that life of that warranty is January 20th. We looked into getting extended warranty on it, and extended warranty was, I believe, in the $15,000 range, and it just didn't make sense to pay that much money for when we can look at $28,000 to replace it. So this server that we have put forward in this particular business case is smaller than the one we currently have. Looking at one of the multi-year projects is talking about the new ERP financial software. Our current one resides, they call it on premises, in-house. Most of these new softwares are cloud-based, so the recommendation is to go with the smaller one, saving about $9,000 than purchasing one that would hold the full software for financial and budgeting. And put in a contingency that if there is some concerns, that we would be able to access that dollars to warranty it right now. So what will happen with this particular business case? The server that we have will continue running our financial software and our budgeting software in the short term. It'll be there. We'll get a new server. We'll start running the rest of the operating system, the rest of the organization off of that, and start to slowly migrate it so that, because we still need the bigger server to run everything that we have. Have the smaller one, and then the figure of if we could have up to about 24 hours of downtime on that server if something fails with it, but we'd be able to flip over to the new one. So this is a bit of a stopgap that's gonna happen between today's server and tomorrow's project for 2027 with the ERP. But this server will last for, they usually have about a 10-year lifespan in this. And so, yeah, so this one's running Microsoft Windows Server 2016, which has become outdated.
I know at the meeting we were presented that we need a whole new system, so why are we spending money?
Well, yes, there's two parts. So the server, it's the system itself, the software on the server needs to be replaced. But the server that's sitting on that runs the rest of the organization, the iCompass software, the emails, the network that we run off of our infrastructure, the hardware also needs to be replaced. We're replacing, this proposal is for hardware that is lesser than what we need to run our existing software, which would meet the needs of the new software.
With all the figures that we've been presented and stuff, I think it's cheaper to go to Staples and buy linears and stuff and do it by hand. This says we need to have it on a computer.
If that's council's will, then
Because what we're presented at the meeting and what it's gonna cost every year, so.
if that's council's will, then we would need additional staff to do that. So essentially, this is like your iPhone or iPad. You need to buy the iPhone and you need to have the apps to run on your iPhone. The presentation that came from Tanta Solutions last meeting was about the software that's running them, the apps that are running. The particular item is about the hardware, the system that you're using. So, and every organization has a server, as well as the hardware that's coming in there. Any other questions on that? Okay. So yeah, so this is the server purchase, just for clarity, $23,000 would purchase that server, compared to about a $30,000 one that would replace, that we would need if we did not replace the financial system, and then a $5,000 contingency only if needed, if something goes down. If something goes down without us being able to know ahead of time. All right, so the next one is the Lamont County entrance signs. This one's been amended since the August 18th agenda item. This is one that's been brought forward the last couple of years. It is on page 218 to quite a few pages, 226. The entrance signs that we currently have in the county are aging considerably. They were originally budgeted back in 2020 as well. So this has been ongoing for a number of years. Council has chosen not to replace them previously, but they've essentially at the point they have reached the end of their lifespan. And so we did not, administration did not provide a recommendation of the dollar value on this particular project because there's a number of options that council could go through. The larger signs, and you'll see pictures of them on page 224, 225, and 226, are some options of larger signs. We were able to get some smaller or some quotes for some smaller signs. Unfortunately, we didn't get them by the time this was printed, but getting the smaller signs, so like the average size of a stop sign, or sorry, a speed sign, would be about $100 for the sign plus another $100 for the post, depending on the type of hardware that council chooses. So about $200 could get you a small "Welcome to Lamont County" sign. Obviously, that this $18,000 to $33,000 sign price is significant. We do have. Let me just see how many signs we have. Well, yeah. So currently, at 12 times 33,000 is a fairly big number. Knowing that that's not necessarily in the budget, the administration want to be able to provide some options for that. And just page 218 shows you some of the ones that are need of imminent replacement. Highway 831 by Elkhorn Park, that sign has been removed. The Highway 16 East Entrance sign was damaged when a vehicle drove through it. That sign was repaired by Public Works a number of years ago. And the highway sign on Highway 65 is non-existent. 65? That should be 45.
Yeah, I
So
was gonna say.
so Highway 45. So and then as you've driven past on Highway 15, that one is leaning pretty
Pretty bad shape.
pretty strong. So
And also the sign on Highway 834.
Yeah,
It's not existing as well.
yeah, no, it's gone.
County of Beaver just added on there, on the lesser used highway, they've got an ordinary road sign.
and that's the $200.
Yeah. On the main highway, they got, Baxter County of Cameron just added a cutout, it's, not very expensive. I don't think we need to go fancy with signs. It really doesn't, a lot of people don't care what county they're in, they're on the road, the gravel roads is different.
This is a matter of identity and branding, right? So increasingly, we're entertaining people to come invest in Lamont County. And our current entry sign either doesn't really portray any kind of an image of a progressive happening municipality. In fact, the absence of a sign means that people are often wondering where am I? So this is something that deserves some attention.
And I was, one of the things I was talking to at a conference, so from one of my counterparts that works just northwest of Edmonton. And I said I was in Lamont County. He was, where was that? And he has a lodge in Smoky Lake that he goes to almost every weekend. And I said, well, you drive through Lamont County every weekend to get to your lot. And he didn't know where we were. And so that's part of the thing of that branding is how do we get people to know where we are and draw them into the.
I'm sure if industry's coming, they're not looking at our sign on the, they're looking properly. But what we got, the power and water and stuff.
It shows you drive there, meaning absolutely.
I would say don't go on wild like cottage jack on, we don't got them like. I don't know, Beavers as ordinary signs, I could see on Highway 16 and Highway 15, the main ones, so that's 4 signs, but the rest. I don't think we need to go overboard on.
original signs were covered with a plywood a number of years ago. Unless that's the signs that are showing now, Lamont County. That's just a plywood over top of the original signs were, excuse me, that's the ones that are rotting off, the posts are rotting off, that's holding them up. But they were, yeah, they were carved out with, they were very elaborate signs into hardwood and stuff on there, and most of them, like I says, are behind it, but they're rotten, like the posts are rotting off right now. And I can't remember what year it was that they put those plywoods over top with welcome to Common County on there, so.
Suffice it to say, I don't think there's any remaining signs that have much life left. So we should probably be doing 2 on 16, 2 on 15, at least 1 on 45. And then some lesser signs on secondary highways.
On 45, and you come in down 15 into County Lamont, you know you're in County Lamont, because when you're already there. Because you're already in County Lamont, so you turn the corner, you're not gonna have it in every corner.
I'm talking about entry.
So, and, you know, council could do this in a, stage approach, you know, we could do remove some of the weathered signs on some of this, triple digit highways, but, you know, a smaller welcome to, and then as council chooses in future years to increase the, you know, do those other signs there as well.
So sometimes the best way to proceed is to put a straw dog on the table. So what if the council was to allocate $100,000 a year for 3 years? We would start with the highest visibility in the signs that are experiencing replacement. And if there's room over 3 years, we could address the need.
You put up a road sign, the post is there, maintenance is done, you put up a fancy sign, you gotta go cut grass, then you gotta maintain it. We had a crew chasing them signs right along, so.
We cut grass today.
That's what I'm saying, you get too fancy a sign, you just get a street sign, the post is there. The highway department cuts around. You get fancy, then you gotta get the lawnmowers, we got a trailer with all that fancy tape on it and flashing lights for safety, which is good, but then they gotta go, how many hours a year is spent chasing all the signs to cut grass, you get them too fancy, then you gotta cut grass around.
I'd like to see the frontier ones 16 and 15 at least. I mean, those are the 2 major routes people come in and out of.
Some big advertising.
It is, it's well branded. I mean, that's what it is. It's pride. You're showing that take pride in our community.
And if we do the stage approach like Mr. Karnowski suggested, we could put in budget an amount. We could say put $100,000 in there. We could get some, do bring back, you know, in the next couple of meetings, a business case, a proposal, and say, here's what we're doing and here's where we're doing it. Council can approve the use of that $100,000. So, or, you know, in this case, 4 signs at the top cost would be about $120,000. But we could bring back some samples of what these say for once as that last one, so Western State River, what it would look like for Lamont.
Yeah, County of Camrose has some nice signs that are.
They do actually.
Yeah, County of Camrose has, and then
And they're durable. They're gonna last forever, those things.
Yeah.
They won't light. And it's not coming down.
Yeah, that's not necessarily good.
Depends which business.
So would council suggest that we put 120,000 in here, and we'll, not that we're voting on it, but 120,000 with a plan to come back in a coming council meeting?
Yeah, as a phased in.
well, four signs is $25,000 each, $1,000, so $100,000. We're spending more, well, whatever, my opinion, we're not going more than that, of course.
So page 219, so I was looking at that $33,000 number, but we can come up with the options too between that fast collect stuff. So if that's council's will,
Install.
Yeah.
Yes, that's installed.
I was better install first. We'll have an opportunity to take that from here, because I could basic.
So which 100?
You just propose 120.
The 120 minutes, what do we do?
Well,
I think 100 is long.
100 is-
yeah, honestly, that's gonna get us 4 signs for sure, maybe 5. You know, 3.
Four, and a bunch of little ones, probably, they're only a couple $100 each.
Yeah, the little ones won't be bad at all, I know that.
So Neil, convert that to percentage increase on the tax.
Well, it's,
You know, like,
we got other stuff, we got people that are, things are tough out there.
Life is tough right now.
But it is, looking at the lineup at the food bank and it's, doom and gloom, you listen to the repeat of the news this morning. They said that pipeline, that's gonna take 10 years before anything happens there, so the rest of the oil bill. I got kids that are, neighbors' kids that are working on Port St. John, they're home now. And winter, they're trying to be doing, cleaning up leases and stuff.
So in the interest of moving forward, put 100 and we'll see what we can do with that.
Yes. All right, so
And we're assuming 100 a year for 3 years, obviously it'll be subject to council's approval.
yes, that's correct.
That's fair.
All right, so moving to page 227. This is the Public Works yard remediation. So in early 2022, the county bought approximately 5 acres of land surrounding the Public Works yard from a neighbor due to concern about salt leach from the site. After review the phase 2 environmental site assessment, the county will be required to remediate the affected lands once the site is no longer in use. So this is a $500,000 quote for that remediation, and this will have to be done at some point. And whether it's this year or another, this is a requirement now under the looking at the environmental protection issues.
As previously discussed with the last council, by doing this work now, we would be able to refence the expanded area and utilize the expanded area that the county bought previously. As Mr. Boyd said, this work is not a requirement to do now, but it is something we have at some point. By doing the remediation now, there's less chance of the salts in the ground leaching further past. It's in the ground, it is going to leach slowly over time. We're talking maybe a meter every 10 years. It will slowly move outwards. So at some point we need to do it, or we're effectively going to put leaching outside of our movement.
Is there a chance of saying if they absolutely want done?
We are not required to remediate as long as we own it. So if we ever do look to dispose of that property, build a new shop somewhere else, then we have to be able to. This.
And
Right now, we own the property, we bought it years ago.
Yeah.
it's listed on our financial statements as a future liability. So the auditors, the public sector accounting board requires that we put post-closure liabilities and future liabilities in our financial statements. So if anything ever happens, we need to be spending that money. So
The major cost involved in this is trucking. This is not material that can be utilized from a construction site. This material has to be hauled across from landfill versus being
And the disposal fees, as soon as you open it up, 500 grand will be gone in 2 weeks.
This is taking into account those, they're, going to cost on landfill, your tipping fees are 10 times what tipping fees would be to base cost to like Waystone or say.
Regarding you said closest one and then your voice one.
The closest class 1 landfill is Clean Harbors in Riley.
And then $37.
Something.
40, yeah.
Better call.
Yeah, so it's, 1,000 ton, 500 grand is gonna,
Oh,
So, based on the, the site assessment, it was averaging around a meter of fill has to be removed. Some areas is higher, some are deeper, some areas is shallow. So it's about an average of a meter cut, over that, oh, 2/3 of that area.
So there's a couple perspectives the council could take here. I'm not gonna say bury your head in the sand and bury your head in the salt. No, do nothing for now. Because it is, something that, that will need to be done while until it's no longer in use. However, it is an outstanding liability. It's on our books. We know about it. That's why we're recommending it, because we know about it. We must recommend it. An alternative is to not do it all at once. Alternative is to do it piecemeal. I don't know whether there are risks to doing it piecemeal or for each, and probably not.
No, this is definitely something that can be done in phases. We can identify, 20% or 25% of the area, and deal with that portion at that time. So if
How do you meet an elephant one bite at a time?
council wants to, if council wants to consider allocating 100,000 per year until it's remediated, you can work with that. If the costs are not going to be incrementally higher doing it that way, because it's just a matter of excavating material, hauling it away, and bringing in fill replaces.
You've got to be doing some.
This would likely be a combination of our staff and contracted truck.
You would haul stuff back, you wouldn't leave an open excavation.
Likely what we would do is excavate and then utilize the clay source north of Lamont, so that we're not having to truck, buy material down in Beaver County and truck it all the way back. It's less fuel used when they're coming. We do have a close source with more than enough material to fill it. So yeah, we wouldn't leave this open for 4 or 5 years. We would fill it, around the same time.
So you get water, that's your. See leisure.
yeah. But yeah, that clay north of town, they use it on 560 and 195. You sink to the bottom, it failed in 3, probably 3 different plants, and it was this test or whatever, it failed. You gotta bring that crap in there and then try to build a shop on it.
Yeah, the area that is affected, its perimeter. I don't think there's any plans to have any buildings built on that area. That like is higher plastic, so it's not ideal for underneath the floor slab. But for utilization as a storage yard, having gravel piles filling that on, there's no issue.
Is there, just for history's sake, like, how to the north of the school building, there's that water channel? That does not go anywhere. If you look, it just kind of sits right in our yard. Is that something that can be filled and utilized to level the whole yard?
So that is the drain for when the dugout fills up, it floods in the back of the yard. So that drains the high water out of the yard. It does slowly drain out. If that wasn't there, the back of our yard would be raised up.
We got a creek to go through there because the spring the water comes through the south.
Yeah,
Through the yard, so it fills the dugout, and then it goes, that's the overflow of the dugout. It was running there that year, the floods.
West side of the ASP shop, there is water flows south through the yard.
Yeah.
Is there contaminated contaminated soil to the north or to the west?
To the north and the west. So it starts about 50 meters north of the south property line, on the west side, and north around, and then about halfway between the east and west property lines is where it starts. So about north of the old school house is where.
How many acres did we buy in this last purchase, so the new councilors know? What are these? It's from
On page. No, on page 227, right at the bottom, approximately 5 acres.
And it's being farmed right now.
No,
It is right.
Oh,
Yeah, he's farming.
Yeah.
We got a deal with him, he's renting it back.
So does council want to address this, leave it until a later date? Do you want to start addressing this on a staging basis? It's not going away. I guess the argument. Or, ultimately, later on today, when you're voting in favor or opposition, you're gonna see the impact of this on our reserves, and you can make the full decision then. But as far as a working model and how you want to proceed, I don't think you want to. You want to put in a stage picture.
yeah,
Stage bases and put a yellow and we're figuring out if we want to do it or not.
and when's it gonna be, what it costs.
So when
Or if it's even spoiled, right?
they might have different ways to get it out.
I would rather hear for 5 years provisional.
Provisionally, yeah.
All right, excellent. So the last one, in the 1-year project is page 229. This is road improvements, Ridge Road 192 and Township Road 562. This project was, part of the 2020 flood disaster recovery program. At the time, AMA engineers reviewed the site, and thought that the project would be eligible for the DRP. It is not. The DRB program was about fixing it to the standard that it was at the time, not increasing the standard after that. So, if we were to do this project would then raise the elevation above the high water mark of the lake, and that would maintain access for the landowners. The estimated cost of this is $625,000.
It's at 192 from the big school on 562. They had 1 million and who's had to go to the field. There's over 1.25 miles of water they could get to the field.
Yeah.
The outside was put on Range Road or whatever, but last year the slough was blown dry. If it fills up with water, then it will cost double. Last year it was blown dry, it's been a perfect year.
Yeah.
Darby, any further comments on that project?
Yeah, similar to, the road, the county sign, business case. This is one of the previous councils, reviewed a few times. This will allow, in a flood event that the road will not be in the same state it was in 2020. Part of the design also incorporates armoring the slopes, because that when that slough does go up, you get wave action. It rolls can roll the shoulders, so that does have an impact cost to the project. The project as a whole is roughly about 600 acres.
We got a house, I'm assuming.
This would be likely contract. We don't have we're not set up with the construction crew. We don't have scrapers, we just call it one.
How far are we looking at? How many meters of road are we looking at?
So right now we're looking to start at Township Road 562 at the south end and go north approximately 800 meters. There's a lease access on the east side. That's where we stopped the limit of construction. Yeah.
This
Probably no water.
The slough's blowing dry right now. Depends on the snow again.
So this isn't something we could do in-house then? Cost big time now.
With the equipment we have now, no, we would have to rent it, likely rent, additional equipment, to facilitate this project.
And then at the expense of other maintenance work that we're already doing, so.
At the RMA last fall, they did a whole bunch of work for other municipalities. They built roads, they built.
I have
Yeah, they did the channels, they were.
Beach boat to rail.
Road to, that's a little. What the cost to do 203. That. North of, 15.
Well, that was, the 203 here on Highway 15 where they built it up so the 70s from
What did that cost? Wasn't that
I would have to
quarter
look
of
at
$1
it.
million or something?
I thought 300 some thousand went there, built that.
We'll look that up and look at that.
And the same thing as there. It's that much longer.
Smith, that was a.
Did they fiber optic folks that we could probably do with the rock cuts and back loading the cat and Patrick?
We're up when we were doing 544 and yeah, it's east west of 855. Yeah, by the.
Yeah.
Probably.
Well, we were using, yeah, I don't think this one we started with, and we did finish it, the stuff on there. Not on that, yeah.
So we did that stretch, it was 150 or 60,000 for the product or whatever.
I can't remember right on that one,
Or
sorry.
you got Darby looking it up and.
Yeah.
Come back to me.
So, yeah,
This way it is far quarters of the land you can't get to when it's flooding.
Yeah, well, that's a problem.
Yeah,
I know the road well.
And the part is how high you have to lift it is the question and stuff on there.
I think there was only, what is there, 16 inches of water across the road, it's by.
I don't know how, water was over, it was probably previous to me starting here. I do know that, when it flooded, the county did go in and did pad through there, just to make it open and passable. It did take a number of years up until this spring for that water to recede.
We went to the opposition party for the federal government, we had a tour of the county and I was part of the tour, remember Roy, Shannon Stubbs, and she brought in that, girl from Ontario, not a minister, but, they weren't in power, so what do you call it, I forget what you call it. What, pardon me? Yeah, the opposition minister, what do they call it, I forget what it's called. Yeah, there's a track, some do with flooding. But they weren't in power, but otherwise.
Yeah, I remember in 21, we did have that thing, started sticking up with it.
so, we'll get to vote on that, as we come through. The next item, we're moving now into multi-year projects, so these are projects that, may have, engineering or consulting in 1 year and, costs in another year. And so these have effects on the multi-year going forward. So the first one is on page 231. And this is again added since the August 18th previous budget meetings. And this was presented to council at the last meeting in regards to what the cost for this business case. This is the replacement of the ERP system. We did not put the full business case in from the presentation because it was already council agenda. But so Lamont County's been using the same financial software since 1999. So we've been using it for 25 years. And it has now gone end of life. Just wanted to correct a statement I made at the council meeting about what we are paying for our current system. We're paying about $30,000 a year for our current systems that we have. Some of the other systems are, of course, higher priced, and I was using some of the historical prices that those were. So just for correction, we're currently paying about $50,000 a year for a system that is now end of life. So the system that we have is called Diamond Financial Software. It's gone by a few different names: Great Plains, Microsoft Dynamics. And as the consultant had put forward, the recommendation is to include in 2026 budget, $75,000 for, somebody to come in and help us basically, procure a new system. We don't know what those costs are gonna be, going forward, but what some of the costs that municipalities that have already started that, is in the implementation of a $1.2 million per year. This, again, you know, the plan would be that it would be another 25-year type software. So, looking at that over the years, the county has got a good return on their previous software, so. The business case there, is on, page 231 to 233.
It'll, no, we need to, do for a presentation. So if you have any questions?
So the 75,000 is for the consultant plus.
That would be the start of the purchasing, yes, so. Putting,
Year 175,000, year 2 and 3, 1.2 million.
so essentially what you're looking at for this year is getting the start in place, getting the procurement done, and of course, coming back to council and saying, you know, this is what it is gonna cost, coming up with a final selection of that software.
Are they for IT already? They don't, instead of 75 grand, we're already paying them or no?
No, we are paying for maintenance of the current hardware and software that we have.
We
That's,
got an IT department right now. This isn't their cup of tea.
no, it is not. They are a network company, not a financial not a software and particular financial software.
And this is apart from MRF program, right? Two are not related.
They're not related, however, looking at a software like this might replace parts of them. So depending on what that consultant might look at it and go, you're buying a package and it also has mapping and GIS with it, we may want it to come up with it. There's, what we've said is there's nothing that's off the table at this point. When we converted the payroll system to Payworks, their conversion was free because they make their money off of the source deductions and keeping that. So this may include a payroll system, most likely not, because everybody likes our payroll system that we have for management and staff. And that could save us some costs. Mapping might be just part of a package that comes. And then we could save some of those costs from MRF as well, so.
With that payroll system, it's about $3 grand to have a meter system for them.
The payroll system, no, it's completely cloud-based. We don't have,
I thought you said we're paying them $30,000 for the software or whatever they gotta use to do our payroll. At one of the meetings, 2 meetings ago, yeah.
Software.
30, what is it,
Software.
yeah, professional fees on that, so. Yeah, we pay them to do the software or to do the payroll. We're not paying them for the software essentially, so. Yeah, they essentially, that, the fees we pay to Payworks, it replaces a staff person doing, so. And yes, we have, Rhonda doing our benefits, but that's not the costs that we're paying.
Because they ever said that they do it with what, money, for the benefits and everything and all the deductions and that, until they do it. And 2 meetings ago, they said it costs us 30 grand for the computer system that they're using. Plus,
I don't recall would have to look at the minutes of what we were talking about, but a couple of meetings ago, I do not remember us, saying that we're paying 30,000 for Payworks.
something with the diamond system and it's 30 grand to have it for.
Oh, with Diamond, yes, so we're saving.
Because because all of a sudden it's 30 grand plus the interest everything come on the.
Okay, so the comment was that we're saving.
What's the cost of us?
Let him answer the question.
What's it costing us right now to have it done?
It's about, it's a it's about a $30 fee per pay run plus a per person charge. So the $30,000 that we were referencing is we're actually saving $30,000 with Payworks versus what we were with Diamond. We were paying $14,000 a year for the timesheet part of MRF. Plus, we were paying $8,000 for updates once a year, and we were paying $5,000 for the annual fee to have them. So we're actually saving about $30,000 from Diamond compared to Payworks. That was the rationale for moving from Diamond to Payworks. So yeah, so we're not paying $30,000, we're saving $30,000. Any other questions on that?
They pretty much, even from our, even when we were in RMA, they said this was coming, it's inevitable, everybody's gonna be having to switch over to it. The only thing is. There's other municipalities that got involved already, have had it done. Better to be a little bit proactive than reactive. I keep saying that because we seem to be a reactive county, a majority of the stuff we do, but. I mean. It's a hard pill to swallow at $1.2 million a year, but yeah, if that's the only system we got, that's the only system there is, and that's what every other municipality has said. So.
Well, the important thing that the consultant indicated was it's better to do this sooner rather than later. You don't want to be the last one, because then we may not have the best choice of those who assist us in implementing. This isn't something we do every year. This is something we do once every 25 years in this case.
So what's the yearly cost now once everything all done? It's gonna be 300 some thousand, isn't it?
It was in the
I know, but then the yearly cost out, like, the yearly cost was 300 some grand. Yeah, there was
we're paying 30,000 right now. It's gonna depend on the number of modules we choose, how broad we want to have it. Payroll is the most expensive module of all of these software systems. We are currently avoiding that cost because we're using a contract company to do it. And the benefits of having a contract company like Payworks do it is that finding a payroll professional in, that's willing to work in this area versus working in Fort Saskatchewan. It's a specific knowledge that not everybody has. We can find, general accounting technicians. There's lots of people that have that knowledge. Having specific payroll knowledge is more difficult. If we hire somebody and they leave, then we have to find that knowledge again. If somebody from Payworks quits, we don't care. They hire somebody else. And this is a multi-provincial company. Like we can talk to somebody from BC, from the Ontario, Manitoba, and this is all they do. And they process thousands and thousands of people's payroll every day. So most likely we're going to be able to save some of those costs, but we're not going to know until we get out and do that footprint to find out what's up there. So
Just for Payworks, says the fire department.
yes.
Every
across the name, council, fire, public works, everybody in between. So
what are the main things we need in a computer system? We need payroll, we need for the taxes, so it's all math, stuff. That we really need from a computer system.
So the requirements, the main requirements of a financial system, the province requires us to have financial statements that are audited by an independent auditor. Council must review statements of comparisons from budget to actual. That's a requirement to the MGA. And then we have to have a financial system that management can look at and ensure that we are keeping within budget. So we're going to be looking at things that like expenses and revenue, making sure that works. Of course, there's, possible payroll, but we're fine with that. We have accounts receivable, accounts payable, we have to pay the contractors we're using, we have to collect the money, we have utility system. We're doing water, we're doing St. Michael. We're collecting taxes, there's $23 million in taxes. And then on top of that, we may want to use the GIS system, and we find that there's great information off of the GIS system. It shows maps, you have to do some history. That's all part of that enterprise resource plan. There's human resources side of that, are we hiring, firing, doing performance appraisal, putting all of those pieces in between them. And then there's the planning department, we may get into that, doing subdivisions and billing and deposits and all of those kind of things. So
Should be noted that we're doing an awful lot on paper still. The HR things that Rodney mentioned are all on paper. The planning things.
the planning,
are all-
yes, so we do a lot of spreadsheets, a lot of balancing of that. And that requires human resources as opposed to software.
People resources.
People resources, yes. Yes, sorry, yes, people resources as opposed to technical resources, so.
We will talk with one of our neighbors, we kind of, when we left the RMA, we were coming back to sign checks, he's like, you what? I'm like, yeah, it's probably a stacking one there, he's like, yeah, he's like, I get odd one here and there, because we're on a full pay system.
Yes.
Because they're upgrading already.
Right. And those are the things that, there's a lot of limitations in the system that we have. Are those limitations bad? No, we can work around them, but they are limitations. They're with it's just like the operating budget itself. Do we want to increase costs? Well, we can increase services. Do we want to decrease services? Decrease costs. It's all a balance. By using the system we have, we've been able to keep it going together, but it requires people so a computer does something, a person has to take that information and put it into another computer, or to do something else, or to sign a check, or to provide a report and that, so.
The math part of it, you could add on to it later.
Absolutely.
We don't
So,
need to buy everything right now, is what I'm getting at, we need the math part of it, the accounting and the taxes, and we don't need the mapping and all that right off the bat.
that's what the $75,000 is going to provide council with the options to say, how much do we want to do with people? How much do we want to do with software? And where's our balance with it? So just like we made a change on this $500,000 public works, yard remediation, that's the same idea that,
Station.
yeah, we're gonna stage things and as we go.
The
But
only thing I would suggest is that ERP implementations are very disruptive, so we would try to minimize this prolonged disruption.
yes, we don't want to be reactive doing it. We don't want to wait till it breaks, because then we're in trouble. And we must do an audit. If we can't make it by the end of the year, then we come on a list with municipal affairs. And the last time I did a changeover like this, we tried to do it with the staff. And it almost broke the staff, because we were trying to run two systems at the same time. So they call it running parallel. When you ever change a system, you run the old one, you run the new one, make sure that the information is coming out properly. Our staff are already full doing it once. Try add on doing the same work twice.
I lost 2 finance directors in Sturgeon County trying to do it in-house.
Yes, so, but with this, the 1.2 million in the future years, part of that is hiring people to run the ship while we're getting the new one going. So getting staff in here to, whether it's contract staff, whether it's, in-house or external, somebody to keep the system going while we get the new one trained out. So, and then you want to use your existing staff to implement that system, because then they learn it and they do it. And once the implementer's gone, then we have a working system, as opposed to going, here's the keys, Yeah, that's not as successful with it to do it.
We just had the guy from RMA present to us, is that the same contractor? Wants another 75 grand to, or are we gonna have somebody redo what he just did?
That contract hasn't been awarded yet.
Yes, we would do another request for proposals to have somebody do it. I don't know if they have the expertise to do that detailed work. So we would have to find out, if they have that expertise. So there's a number of contractors who are doing that now, and we want to do a full procurement. We would not do sole source.
There would certainly be benefits in that. If they are equipped.
If they have the staff to do it, so I haven't dug deep into their implementation staff. I do know that they are doing a couple of them at this point. I just don't know if they,
Isn't that what the guy just presented us, so is what I'm asking if you needed?
Yeah, what-
Isn't that what he just did?
yes, but this isn't a sole source directly to him. So I want to find out is he Vespers or somebody else. So this is not going to be a sole source request, a sole source to that particular contractor. I mean, I'd like to do an RFP.
There's a diagram that I wanna pull up and show you and it'll remind you. Remember, he assessed 4 different alternatives, instead the first one is a non-starter.
Yeah.
And the second, the third and fourth one are just frankly more than we need and too expensive. And alternative 2, a broad municipal platform, is what we needed. So he in essence has helped identify the outcome. And he's helped identify a roadmap of how to get there. And that would go the next step.
That's what I'm getting at, we spent money on him already, so does he not know what we need? Give a little bit more money and, instead of hiring somebody for 75 grand and starting from scratch.
He may very well, but we need to,
We need to make
He-
this.
he gave
this-
it-
with this out
he
there,
already
so we
knows
know
what
if
we-
we can hire them or not.
yes, that's correct. So
That's what this is for, is make sure that we know we're gonna hire the right guys to do it instead of just the guy that came the first time. So we need to be able to know what platform we're gonna go on. And then figure out which guy's gonna be our best consultant to be able to get us. That's what this business case is for, is to show us which is gonna be the best guy to come in and do the job that we need to make sure. We've got the best outcome for the rest of this 1.2 million a year.
And it was his words, not mine. His words were that the requirements that were gleaned from this meetings with staff were not assessed. That's why he believes that, they brought in this whole platform as opposed to something much more robust than a private operating company would use, or something that a small nonprofit would use. That's why he picked that sweet spot. So he's done that assessment. We now know what we need. Now it becomes a question of more specifically which system, because there are 2 or 3 systems that fall into that third category.
So we're at 75 grand, you're gonna start from scratch and then realize what this guy told us, so what the second, the white all the way down.
The procurement is guided by this outcome that's being defined by the current consultant. So we're not considering that other stuff anymore. We're not focused on it. What you guys need is this. Go to market and find your provider.
yeah, I believe it was a 60-some page business case. That's the starting position for any consultant that's coming in.
Whoever can't meet that doesn't get considered.
Sixteen million, I think it was.
Yeah, they went beyond that.
But
There's
that's,
a 6 with money going on, which very.
Well, and it took years, like it was, I think it was 5 or 6 years for them to get it working. So they did, just for that history, Strathcona County had a custom system before that. And they had one guy who was running it because he was an expert in that. He retired. And that caused, that one person was the crux to them spending all of that money to to do that. We do not want to be in that position, like that's,
Wasn't that what we did with IT? We had. Person that developed the program and then he sold it or he retired.
that happens quite a bit, yeah, so, yes, so.
And if you do the math, the 2.475 million, if it lasts long, 5 years, it's $100,000 a year. As an operational, if you look at it as an operational expense all the way on.
And that's why it's.
Yeah.
Because it has enduring and we didn't pay for it.
Yeah,
Yes.
and
It's just not
it's,
right now, money.
well, but I mean, the thing is it's not like that Tim Dummel, when he brought it up, it's not like a mortgage. We're not paying it right now. He's progressively paying it over amount of time so that we're not paying for it, so everybody else benefits from it later on. Everybody's paying into the beneficial of everybody.
Yeah.
So the guy that was in here from campus came in, was hired to tell us, okay, we don't need the top end, and we definitely don't need the bottom end, we need that one. Now you do this, and you go and you find a consultant that says, okay, listen, this is gonna be the best programs for you, we'll set it up.
Yeah, this is what you need.
And what is it?
Modules.
One of the main questions that I had asked him to determine, I said, can we just stay on what we have?
Mhm.
And because that was supposed to be alternative one, was happens if we stay with what we have.
He said no.
And he said that is not an alternative. He said that if we stay with what we have, it will end in failure. And it's, whether that's a cyber security issue or it's a failure of the software, that is not an alternative. So normally that's alternative one. Do nothing, stay the course.
Mhm.
They've come back and said, you can't do that. It's not going to happen. So, and so then they said, now you have to do something. Let's figure out what it is you have to do. We don't want to do alternative four. We don't. Now, it would be great. It would be fabulous to have those kind of things. That's all the bells and whistles. Just doesn't make sense for an organization this size. Alternative three is probably the better one. It's got more green in it. But the dollar values that come with it are too high. So we need to be reasonable with what we're spending. That's why they've gone with alternative two. Because normally looking at these risk matrices, you would actually have alternative three because there's more green than just the neutral. So they are recommending that neutral alternative. They're saying that is the better option to go with for our organization.
So that annual ongoing operating cost of $335,000, is that we gotta hire more employees, or do we have the ones we have will be able to do it?
The ones we have would be able to do that.
I scribbled on my piece of paper that said that 335 included consulting fees, presumably during the first few years.
Yes, so
Like,
with any particular system, the support behind it is more important than the system itself. If you have good support, then that you can do anything with it. It's when the system breaks, it's not an if the system breaks, it's when the system breaks, who is going to be there to fix it. So, just like having mechanics for our mechanic shop. We know that the capital equipment is going to break. Somebody's got to be there to fix that equipment to go. Again, we don't want to hire that person internally to do that because then we're stuck. We want to have a contractor to get that.
yeah, we don't need them 7 hours a day, 5 days a week.
That's
We
right.
need them at peak. hours.
Yes. And we want to be able to have access to 5 people who can fix it as opposed to 1. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Excellent. So the next would be on page 234. This is the capital culvert replacement program.
We should just hang out for time.
Yeah, actually, we should wait.
Yeah, we want to make for Daryl.
We'll do a 5-minute recess.
Okay, excellent.
Welcome back to the December 3rd budget meetings. We'll continue on with drainage capital program.
So Mr. Reed, the process we're trying to achieve initially is to ensure there's understanding. And there will be opportunity to debate deliberate months later. And so on our first run through, we're trying to achieve understanding. There are lots of questions on the line, and that's good, because that's probably the biggest numbers on the page. So we're on conference now, right?
That's correct. Yes, so
We've had a external culvert program and an internal culvert replacement program for the past 3 years.
We started the external program in 2022. And going full bore in 2023.
Go ahead.
yes, so this is on page 234. I think that was a great, introduction to this particular program. So yes, you'll see this is a multi-year program going from 2026 on to the end of the multi-year sheet, and it may even go on. So what we're looking at is Lamont County has over 1,900 culverts, of which 600 are currently past their service life. And 650 are below capacity to accommodate the stormwater flows, according to the master drainage plan that was worked on by SE Design. So this is a program where council has allocated $500,000 per year to this program for a external contractor to come in and essentially do the culvert work, replacing some of these outdated or undersized culverts. This is annually provided to council to review the locations and which areas we're doing. And I believe that the program has made very good strides in the past. So I don't know, Mr. Dietz, if you wanted to add.
So Mr. Boyd was said as taking into account the master drainage study and the number of culverts that are undersized, council set aside $500,000 a year to supplement their own 2 internal crews. The program is working well. Same contract for the last 3 years. It's been very successful. Our review of the program has identified that we do have some cost savings doing the work internally, but we're not set up with enough manpower and equipment to do the same amount of work with 3 crews. We'd have to hire more operators, buy more equipment, or renovate equipment. So having those contractors come in the first 2 years, the contractors were only focused on doing culvert installations. For this year, we had them doing some culvert installations, and we had them doing some ditch work along which is 560. We've been trying to ensure that the work that we give them is usually in one area of the county to limit their mobilization costs. This is one that is not going to be required forever, but it is allowing us to get caught up. We have 1,900 culverts a year. We're never going to get them all done to the point where we don't have any work. We're always going to have culverts to replace or install. So our focus has been on upgrading the worst. And this may be one that council can consider not having to implement in a few years.
So we've got 57 culverts meeting the end of their service life each year. And this in essence helps us achieve about 57 or 64.
Yeah, we're in the range of around 80 culvert installations between our 2 crews and the contractor.
So how many did our crews do? How many did the contractor?
The contractor this year, I believe they only did 17. Last year they did close to 30. Because we did have them doing ditching work at the in September for a few weeks.
Is this culverts or sites?
That was 17 culverts on 9 sites. And the overall number of culverts last year was 84 or 87 last year between the three.
They were, was it gonna be the easier one?
I wouldn't say the easier ones. We try to identify a number in, whether, in year 2, they were working in division 4 primarily. This year they were working in division 3, division 4. We're trying to ensure that they're in a center.
We supply the culverts, what else do we supply for them?
We only supply the culverts. The contractor supplies all materials outside the culverts. When in the second year we tendered the program, it was identified that we can supply the culverts cheaper than they can. So we order and then they pick it up at the yard. The contractor supplies all the fill, all the gravel. We only give them the culverts, the couplers and the culvert markers.
So they've done a pretty good job.
They have, yes, yeah.
So have we thought about maybe just getting rid of our culvert crews and just letting all work out?
Previous council did review the costs budget last year. Internally, we are slightly cheaper in the range of about $3,000 per site. Having our own internal crews allows us to be flexible. So there are times where we get a bridge lockout. We've had issues with holes opening up in the road. We had one in particular over top of the gas line. So we're able to get out there that afternoon or the next morning. Whereas if we have a contractor, we have to have a contract set up to allow that, or it would take time to get a quote to have them move over and do something outside of their scope.
So besides the culvert crew, we at Public Works, we got crews that do whole work and stuff, right? So if something like that happened, other crew could go there and do an emergency.
So yeah, so in starting in May, we've got our shoulder pull crew going, we've got our dust abatement crew going. Once our calcium's done, we start our oiling program, and our gravel haul goes on. Starting this fall, we started our gravel extraction reclamation north of Mundare. So we could, in theory, have the equipment available, but if the equipment's sitting all the time waiting, there's an added cost to the county of equipment not being utilized as much as it can be. So we've got 2 large tracos, 1 mini hoe, rubber tire traco. And then we share our mini hoe and our backhoe with the ASP department as well. So if they've had issues with beaver dams, we will help them if we have time, or they'll utilize it if it's not being used.
Yeah, I would still like to look, have the county drainage crews do some, maybe one crew. But I'd like to see a little more efficiency with the drainage crew. And I want them to direct service, then they know that everything's contracted, the price could change.
Yeah, this is what you call managed competition. They
Yeah.
only have a portion of it. They gotta be aggressive on their price because they know that we're doing it too.
So having gravel trucks and hiring it all out, and the harvest comes and
Then you got nobody.
everybody's gone and you've got nobody.
So as the gentleman mentioned, yeah, with Rodney generally in the spring, Mr. Dietzel bring forward a recommendation of what we're going to undertake for during the year. Based on internal, there'll be some opportunity. But
I think what I'm hearing is we go to one crew and double up the contract services, that's what I'm hearing. So I mean, that's like you go to one crew.
discussion needs to go in closed session.
Do we want to have this discussion right now, or do we want to wait? Figure this after we do the budget?
When we come back to it before we vote on it, we'll vote. My my opinion, again, I'm not speaking for the other guy.
Or do we do it now? What would be protocol if we do it, if we go on camera now, is that the best time or just for discussion?
Actually, I think we should just do it.
Yeah, probably best to do it now and then we don't have to do.
Yeah.
What number? Oh,
Christie, I think you love this. I have a picture.
What number are we going into in camera? What'll that be? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where you put it. I'll do that.
That's just the numbers,
Yeah.
they're all there.
Well, when you go 19, just because we're talking about it.
But I gotta go in camera before we go sign out, right?
I'm sorry.
We want to go in camera.
Yes.
Yeah, if you give me a motion, we're gonna go on number 20 and then we can shut the volume on. Okay, Lamont County Council moved the December 2nd, 2020.
The third.
Well, it was the second meeting, but we
Oh, we just continued it.
continued it on, so. Lamont County Council moved the December 2nd, 2025 Budget Committee meeting into a closed meeting at 10:33 AM to discuss the following item number 20, disclosure harmful to personal privacy.
Do you have any more information to give matter about the matter, is it? Is it capital project?
Yeah. There. Carried.
Perhaps we could continue with. Perhaps we could continue with the bridges and culvert renewals.
Yes, actually, we have one project in between there,
195
Ring Road 195 overlay. So we are on page 236, of the agenda package. This is a overlay of Range Road 195. This was directed during the 2025 budget deliberations that Public Works investigate the cost to overlay Range Road 195 from Highway 15 to Highway 29 to extend its useful life. The budgeted amount we have here is $50,000 for engineering in 2026. An estimated cost of $665,000 for construction in 2027. Anything additional?
So our $50,000 in engineering six would be hire a consultant to do some boring to identify the existing structure, put together a recommended paving program, help with tendering, and then in 2027 would be the construction overlaying from Highway 15 up to Highway 29. As council brought forward last year, this is a quote that's getting busier. It is being used as a bypass because there is a permanent ban through Lamont. So traffic coming from the east going north, they are using 97 going over to the intersection of Highway 29 and 15.
Do we really need to spend 50 grand to decide that we need a 6-inch left or how many inch left they put there? All that all made it. 2 to 3. Yeah, but they're coming in there, and you have 4-inch left on it. We'll see for.
So in order to ensure that any warranty work is going to be enforceable with the contract, we have to ensure that the work we're asking them to do is appropriate. So when you put an overlay over it, you want to ensure that you have the proper structure underneath. In a case like this, we may end up having to mill and then overlay instead of just doing an overlay over top.
Which means it can be less. It means the cost could be less if it's just a mill.
If it's a mill and overlay, it may be more expensive.
It's more expensive
because they have to mill the road first versus just an overlay.
It's a wide road, it's got wide shoulders. I don't see why you can't give it away.
Yeah, like we couldn't do in-house pouring ourselves as a contractor to do that. Right. Well, we are low pouring and.
We don't have the equipment, so we can, you can rent it. You take it to a third-party engineer to do all their testing. That's something that we can do. If council wants to save 50,000, we can do that work. It's just a matter of time.
So I have a question here, there's an alternative. Maybe it's not right, but so Lamont came through and they said, you're not cutting through town anymore. Why can't we go to the provincial government and say, you're not cutting through our 195 anymore? We have 2 businesses on there that do this. Traffic has to go to 29 and 15 corner. And then we save our costs because our county ratepayers are the ones that are paying for 1 mile for the bypass around town.
But 90% of the traffic's going to the grain elevator.
That's where the problem comes in.
And the oil tankers are going,
And that was one discussion that we had internally was we could do the same thing as the data 131 and look down and if that's the 2 businesses on that road.
Yeah. I was just wondering, because I mean, imagine like even I'll use that Viterra outside of Vegreville. Their road is, or that highway, they're come off the highway, they stay on it. They don't cut through like they do through along edge of town there and back over to it. So I mean, that would save us our own insurance only for 2. You're only getting the grain traffic and maybe the contractor on the road there, not the highway trucks and all the other ones too.
the reason they, put that, how the dangerous goods past the school. So that's the reason, and I passed all the houses
And what's the main issue with this bike or this little shopping road?
it needs a lift already, it's starting to get ruts. It's, pushing up from all over. It was built with only 1 net.
So you're probably less than 3.
year was it paved and how many years were down?
Little hard for us to find exactly when it was paved. Lead was about 2015. Mistaken, looking through the records.
Well, I think it's super.
Yeah, it's, we don't have any information on exactly how big that out.
When the elevator built, the road was paved in already, they never all no gravel to the elevator. So that elevators. Been here a long time.
And just a note, like if council does choose not to do the 50,000 of engineering, as Mr. Gates said, the county then takes on the risk of the warranty of that. So we may say 50,000, but it might cost us 100 or 75 afterwards or warranty.
So they were getting over 400 grand in taxes for that. There was $1,000 a month, days or it. And then you up the fertilizers, I think they're over 400 a year. Great elevator taxes on that.
No, not saying anything about the construction costs, I'm saying about the engineering costs. If we don't do that engineering, then we do take on the risk of not being able to enforce that warranty.
Generally speaking, taxes paid for services, grants paid for infrastructure.
Well, we did the MLA for St. Michael Road, the 4 miles, this mile and 202. The plant comes and stairs, that 202 is gonna need a lift, because it starts to get pushed out also. And it started getting 100 loads of couple of days down that road, it's gonna be.
And 202, we have the benefit of having offset levies for future upgrading of the other roads in the area. Unfortunately, they can't be used to buy the roadside of the downside like the area.
We're really talking about that in item. In another item here.
Are they not thinking by Andrew Bandera this summer coming up?
Yeah, playing high, yeah, sure, that is the plan.
So you think that contractor might get on this and less than what we're figuring? If they already got a plan and stuff. Well, mind you, we're close enough to the city, all the city, I guess.
So once through all of the duties, what we ask to be the role, but initially, do you want to stay with the recommended 50 and 65 or?
Well, we know it has to be what consensus sounds like, it has to be done, so I mean, I think this is gonna be a stay with it. Yeah. And we know it's a project and then we figure out after. If we budgeted high at 715, then we know we're saving money. If we're not, then next budget cycle, we're looking for more.
Our next ones, I think, are pretty quick.
Yes.
These are subject to.
Yes, so we are now on page 238. So these are the next 3 items are bridges that we would be applying for the plan, or have we applied for this? We have applied for the STIP funding for this. So this would be engineering in 2026, plus construction and remaining engineering in 2027. For the council members that are new, normally what council has approved is that we would put it in the capital budget. If the STIP funding comes, then we would proceed with the project. If the STIP funding does not come, then we would not do that project. So council then has an option to move forward then. The other alternative is that council may say, we're going to do this project even though we don't have the STIP funding. That comes later on in the process once we find out. I believe we find out in March area.
Typically we'll find out around
May, okay, or what the STIP funding is.
I have a quick question, I can go maybe a little bit. So this culvert here, the first one we want to look at, you applied, these are the ones we applied for.
Yes, so we sent in 7 applications for 2026 and 2027. They are the same ones we applied for. It's the 2 that we did. use CCGAP funding, federal funding for it. They are still on the highest priority culverts, and then we'll need to review annually with other consultant inspections to see what rises to the top.
Okay, my question is for you. So this one here, I'll use this one specifically, the one in 580.
Page number.
338, first one. What makes this a bridge? Over compared to, like, is it a size difference?
Yes, so any culvert over 1.5 meter diameter or larger, or it might be like 1.2 meters tall if it's a oval culvert. Or if there's multiple culverts that equal the same capacity, they're considered a bridge culvert. In instances where we put in multiple culverts and exceed that capacity, they're not considered a bridge culvert less than 20 meter bridge.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering, because that, like, in 2018, we had a flood, right? This person's yard, the driveway to their yard, we installed a larger size culvert than what's under the road there now. In theirs, I was just wondering, we can't do our own internal force, that one?
We can, if we're funding it ourselves, we're using a funding source that doesn't. STIP program is very hard to do yourself. If Capital County has done that, last thing for because they have a contractor, and they had to show how they could do it for us. STIP program historically has been to bulk hiring third party. So if the county wants to use STIP funding to do it internally, we do have to make our case to a
We've generally had many applicants or bidders for our bridge.
There's not a lot of difference on the install method, how we installed it versus the bridge. We are using the British transportation specs for our culvert installations now. It's just a magnitude. I mean, we're putting in 2 meter diameters, we're putting in 8 meter diameter bridge. It's the same process, just being slower.
And that's what I was just wondering, like, if we, because this is just a cross culvert, I was just wondering if we've actually classified this as something that we can get a STIP for, or are we just kind of flapping our wings and?
No, these are consideration. These are under the bridge program.
Okay.
So they are all classified as bridge.
Okay.
And that's correct, just because it has the file number, the bridge file number is what makes it that bridge file, right? Yeah, otherwise you just would have a number issued to it.
Then we would do like we do our regular cross on the rest of our, you know, and that's what I was just wondering. I personally don't know that information, so it's just, so this is why it's classified as a bridge.
These bridge files, previously the province was responsible for all bridges in Alberta. And they funded it on a regular basis. A number of years ago, they withdrew all of that funding. And then they replaced it with the STIP funding, which replaces only a percentage of what's required. So the province used to be responsible for all of them, pushed it to municipalities, then pulled back a little bit of that responsibility. So,
and that's what I was getting at, is because this is just a culvert. It's not actually a bridge. And I was just wondering where they classify the difference, right?
It's that 1.5 meter diameter larger is classified as a bridge culvert.
Okay. Okay, just need to know. Yeah. Any other questions on this one?
do we want to just lump these three together? Is there any
Yeah.
questions on any of the three listed in blue? And of course, the three listed in blue are ones that the previous council had not addressed. These are new since the August 18th meeting.
Speaking of bridges, 203 that repair, when do you think they're doing?
That's coming up here.
Yes, the next one.
So page 244 is the repair to the bridge that council talked about in August. This is a $70,000 capital project, and it is bridge file 1304, and it is located on Major Road 203 south of Township Road 562. It's a 3-span bridge originally built in 1969.
Yeah, so, as we informed council earlier this fall, we found issues with this bridge, doing routine maintenance. The south span, the west half has settled. We did, further, exploratory testing, found plow cap is rotting out and that's. Needs to be replaced. There's two methods to fix it. One is to remove the bridge deck, the girders, replace the plow cap, put it back on, or go underneath, raise it up, replace it. All the other coring showed minimal rot, but for the age it's appropriate. It's only the plow cap needs to be replaced. There's nothing else that needs to be done. This is not what we can do. This is what we need to contract out. We have council order to approve this project. We want to prepare a tender issued over the Christmas season, and then hire a contractor for mid-January. This work out.
I think if we just, because we have public on viewing, and even for others, I think, and you know, can correct me if I'm wrong. So this is where the creek comes and it goes along the edge of the road and then curves under the bridge. So
That's pretty straight, you know.
it does a little bit of a curve, doesn't it? That's what, that's where we had sloughing happen on that side too, did we not?
So that was on 205.
That's too old.
205, we had to, that with the zigzag.
Yeah.
This bridge was built in 69, how's it, lady lives on right there. She said it was the coldest winter on record, it was -50 and they're doing the pile driving and stuff. So she said, her and her husband didn't think it was gonna last this long, so she was really impressed. And I told her, I mean, running in there, -50 and -50 and we're gonna be quality work down there.
Just so.
Yeah, that one's straight, because it's by Kingsville there.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that one's sorry.
Sorry, I was thinking the 1 2 miles over there, yeah.
And when they built the bridge, they left the old bridge, because they were making them very big. So Ronnie, do we move back to equipment then?
Well, let's talk, the processed water project. There's a couple of the Prairie Forward projects that I think we'll discuss as well. And then we'll move back and get to that. So page 247 is the processed water project. So this is the undertaking of a regional raw water supply to support long-term industrial expansion in the Heartland area. And the Heartland area, for those who are unaware, is a 582 square kilometer hydrocarbon processing hub with over 40 billion in existing capital investments. So this initiative was started to address the critical water access gaps that was identified in the Heartland designated industrial zone feasibility study. That was originally commissioned by Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, which highlighted Lamont County, Sturgeon County, the Edmonton Energy Park, and Strathcona, Fort Saskatchewan as priority areas for infrastructure investment. So the total estimated cost of this project is $60 million in 2022 dollars, with a $16 million estimated for phase 1 and $44 million for phase 2. The project stages are listed below there: project kickoff and initiation, P3 agreement and procurement, if that's the direction that comes out of that initial review, design, construction, commissioning, and closeout. So WSP was hired by the previous council, and they are doing project management for this, including cost control, schedule, the P3 advisory, as well as technical advisory. They will be presenting at the December 16th council meeting a larger update about the project, including the P3 procurement recommendations, giving council some options for that point. This is primarily funded at this point by a grant from the provincial government. A $16 million grant was provided by the Heartland Association, by the province through the Heartland Association. this was approved by the previous council. At this point, it is, the council approved using the funding to move it forward as much as we can with that. Council will then make a larger decision on that at that meeting, but, just want to be able to ensure that that was included in the budget as well.
Yeah, to be clear, the money's from Alberta government and the Heartland.
Through the Heartland.
The Heartland is dispersing the three counties an equal share as things get done and bills are handed in. Not the Heartland, they gave the money to Alberta government.
Well, it was originally designed as a municipally controlled corporation. The money was gonna go from the province to the Heartland for the Heartland to do the project itself. The three municipalities that were involved had different priorities, so then it ended up to be a grant that was split between them, so. Any questions on that we can address at this point?
Correct, we're just at the design phase or we're after design phase now?
We're in between, well, preliminary
Design.
design has happened. We're looking for procurement, whether it be through P3, which then would do detailed design. If we can't find an appropriate P3 provider, it'll then fold back to a traditional bid build design, or bid design build project, so.
Do you know what a P3 is? But you know,
So,
what is a P3?
so, okay,
Put it that way.
the P3, so there's two far end scopes of contracting any.
Can we make it simple? It would involve.
Yeah.
An investor to take on some of the risk.
Yeah,
And this is, we would pay operating costs to them rather than a major capital.
your Henday is the perfect example of that, you know, somebody builds it, designs it.
Yeah.
They might be able to do it more efficiently as a P3 on the designing and construction than it is for us to have an engineer do all that work and then somebody bid, so. And then bringing investment in and or engineering fees is what's the same, so.
No, sir, that made an important add.
We have to maintain 51% ownership. Or we have to return
Yes. Yeah, that is a critical thing.
So just gonna pick up, they came here and wanted to build and they wanted to get a partner, they told us the money and that would be a P3, right?
That's correct.
And design and then work it off, but we got to have 51% ownership.
And we don't have to borrow.
And for the record, I usually use Husky, the thing is not coming, so don't start. I just picked it all company out of the blue. Throw a couple more. Yeah.
Next time we use ABC.
Okay, so if there's no other questions on that, and of course, there'll be more information provided by the next present next council meeting. We are moving to page 250 of the agenda. This is some 2025 capital projects being carried forward to 2026. So carry forward projects are projects that were budgeted in 2025, but were not completed. And so this is allowing for the completion to happen in the future year. So the first one on there is on page 251, and it's the gravel pit strategy for the county east pits. This is, so Lamont County owns a number of active gravel pits in the Andrew area. And this is a business case to discuss resuming mining in those pits. Was originally budgeted for originally budgeted for 300,000. We are looking at carrying over, needing the 230,000 in 2026 to continue this.
So the original budget of 300,000 was based on not knowing when we would have time with our leader, when we had our contractor. This year, we budgeted track boat since we started with them because there are a few track boats were tied up on other projects. and the gravel starting this week. We rented a dozer. So those have been our costs being associated with this program is just equipment rental. The process going forward is continuing to mine and reclaim the further transportation pit. As we get further east towards Range Road 162, we'll be reclaiming behind us. Once the material is excavated, then we'll be moving across the road into the first.
So now what are you doing, government kits or?
Yes, yeah, so the approved pit plans in the province, the process is to start at the very west side of the Alberta Transportation Pit, work our way to Range Road 162, then cross the road and work from west to east. It's all done, it was all reclassified under one approval, so we're able to move material across the road without issue.
The one to the south, where that's not in,
That will be, our plan is to get these two done as one, and then move down to the world pit. We are actually doing gravel testing this week on the pit, key corner to the Pessarek pit that comes over through tax relief this year. We're hopeful that there's a good supply of gravel there, but we just got started this morning with it, so I don't know what it looks like or how much is there. Hopefully we'll be able to bring the RFD to the council in the new year, comprising how much gravel is that pit. And then from there, we can work through timing of our next meetings. That one is the higher priority over where lower.
yeah, I thought we were hoping to get rid of, we can fall across, we can sell that quarter of land, right? So-
Yes, so because Alberta Transportation has to have pits, those are also we can be focused on first. We can work testing and test and direct us not to dispose of that property. So we don't want to start too thin and get sometimes we have to carry phase approach and get one done.
How many, so you're still in the government pit?
Yes.
How many percent of it is done already? Are you 50% done?
I'd say we've probably mined out 30% of the gravel we started. It was very, very patchy. So we did here becoming 6 feet of gravel, we moved 4 feet over, and it's pure clay. We've got out of that panhandle, and everything west of the slough is mined out. So maybe southwest corner, we found a very good seed. So we're now working our way in.
You stockpile across the road.
We're estimating we'll have 60,000 tons by the time we're over there. Right now, we might have 15,000 tons of maybe 20. The test, that property was tested multiple times. So we're fairly confident that there's going to be a lot of gravel there, but there's some areas that weren't tested because there's piles sitting there already. So we're hoping there's going to be more gravel than we purchase. Some time to get started in there, now for a smaller area, these are going quicker. But with the weather last week, it got set against, and they we may end up having a year if it gets too.
So are you yet?
We hit water in one area. We were only digging down about 1 to 2 feet in the water. We're trying to avoid the water as much as we can. It's frozen. So in the one area where they're going down in the water, we're trying to push clay in as quickly as we can to try and get seal and keep that groundwater in the sides of the stage.
Another question. Anybody from council going to look at the testing you're doing across the fence?
We have the testing going on starting today. No concerns with chemistry being on site. heads up so that, we ensure that everyone that's there is got proper PPE.
We had that on the road because we were invited to go take a look. Roy wanted to see and let us see for ourselves what's there.
Just from a safety perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pull ahead and where.
make sure we have the boots.
You're using a older desktop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yes, so at there's a couple, 4 more bridges on the carry forwards here as well. 3 with a engineering in 2026 and 1 with construction in 2026. These are starting on page 253. Is there anything in particular you want to highlight on these first 3?
Similar to the other ones, these were, so pre-council approved a 3-year plan on bridges. We applied for multiple years, so that's why we've got 7 applications in this year. Throw a handful at the wall and see what goes with the province. Maybe our best bet in only being selective on what we applied for. So these are the projects that were originally slated for 2026. These would be 2027 projects. If the province were to approve a later project ahead of an earlier one, it's in the benefit, so that's why we're applying for multiple. There is one here.
The last one, 2021-16. So
Yes,
over
so 7.4, yeah, so page 259. This is one that council had approved using CCBF funding. We were able to acquire all the land except with the landowner. They had concerns with us proceeding with the work in the fall. In this area, it is a major disruption to traffic. So in agreement with the landowner, we agreed to push this project in 2026. The engineering is done. We're just working to sign off on the land purchase from that one landowner, and we would be looking to tender that for a end of June, July 1st construction, so that it wouldn't impact seeding on this.
So this one you said is already got funding to it?
This one is, yeah, this one has CCBF government of 300,000 and then 100,000 from the county's bridge reserve.
And these other 3 are waiting on STIP.
These other 3 are waiting. We did also reapply on this one through the STIP program. So if we are able to get STIP funding, then the county doesn't have to buy each on it. We did the same process with one bridge just east of Shipman this year. The STIP program funded 75%, CCBF is funding the other 25%.
So then the last section of this, before we go on to, so the North page 261, there is a requirement, shown on page 262, for a 5-year capital plan going forward. So council has approved in the past these items, so we carried forward and added the 2031 from what was approved previously. So this is just a forecast of what capital equipment would need to be replaced in future years. This is mostly for information.
This isn't a commitment.
Sorry.
An intention, a future plan. So the idea behind this is to know that, to show to the province that council is looking at future assets. And just one of the maybe a soliloquy I'd like to do at this particular point. Asset management is becoming more and more important to the province. We're seeing questions on grant funding, that does the county have, or the municipality have asset management plans in place? This is the start of scratching the surface of an asset management plan. We do, in the GFOA circles, government finance officer circles, believe that this is going to become mandated by the province, that we have asset management plans, which basically say, you know, what's our engineering studies and what's our lives of the different assets. So this is the start of it, just kind of a bit of a precursor that we may in the future be required to provide those. So the last items that I wanted to touch on was so going into page 265. 265 is the capital projects, that 5-year plan. So you'll see that on page, that there's some 1-year projects. The item that we delayed in for the public works yard remediation, so on page 214, we delayed that 500,000 to 100,000 over 5 years. That would then delay project 2027-01, the public works yard, new fence, gates and operators at the shops. So that 250,000 for 2027, we will need to push that back most likely to about 2031.
Anything that we have do you know what the rent is on that farm?
Yeah.
It's minimal, right?
Yeah.
We did 5 acres and stuff, and I think
it's a couple of bales is what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so I think there was a whatever for so much. Well, that fine owners. There's no way for it to set up plans.
That's what has to do with the commitment that we have to.
Yes, absolutely. So the next one was a water line project with the Water Commission, and this is in regards to the upgrading of Range Road 203 at Highway 15. This one has been agreed to with the Water Commission to push that off to 2027 from originally, I believe that had to be done by 2020.
No, actually, so when upgrading to Range Road 203 proceeded in 2022, the county agreed to sleeve the pipeline, the water line. The cost there with the water committee, so we would be responsible for a portion in the wide area, they would be responsible for the road allowance, and that would be within 5 years. I have a discussion with the manager of the water commission, because the increase expected traffic that warranted that city has not received, has not come to fruition. They are in agreement to postpone that until that traffic is expected. So what we will do is sign a mutual agreement between us and the water commission and agree to review that over a number of years until there's enough traffic or expected traffic that work needs to be done.
They come and rebuild the rest of the road, and then you gotta do it before you rebuild the road.
Yeah. So the reason for sleeving it is with the increased traffic, they're worried about damage to the pipe. They accepted that they would be responsible for the original road width. We would be responsible for the water.
So the other item in there is the sand storage building that slated for 2028. And that would again be part of the fact that there was some leaching and some environmental contamination that would prevent that leaching. And you see that in most municipalities moving to sand storage buildings that are engineered to contain the salt, so. This is a,
For the benefit of the councilors, can you provide some context to these 5-year exploration? We're not gonna be asking council to approve these.
no, that's correct.
We're gonna ask you to effectively receive it as information and be aware that it's coming in subsequent years. So as we go through, let's try to move quickly, let's hope you understand it, but let's spend our time on the stuff that's affecting.
There is only one item that I will ask council to move. And that is, so this is informational and more aspirational. Just even to know some things. One of the things actually I did want to point out, we did talk in August, and the concern about the radio replacement is that, so this is in the multi-year projects fire 2027-04. There were some comments of, is that too much? And unfortunately, that is the right amount in the fact that these radios cost,
What page are you on, sir?
on page 265, this, the second item in the multi-year project. Second item in the second box. Fire 2027-04 is the project number. And this is our emergency services, radio replacements. So
Just so these guys know, how long ago we went to different radios?
2020, those
20.
those were purchased.
2020 and
It was 7 to 10 years.
the price.
The price was $5,700. Now they're $5,300 using the provincial purchasing agreement with the Alberta Sheriffs. So once the
Give you the total price.
$385,000.
How many of these radios do we have?
Everybody's going.
No, there's 10 per station, then the 20 apparatus have them.
so these aren't something that everybody takes home.
No,
And then how long do these ones are gonna last the same amount of time?
7 to 10 years.
So what happens with the old ones then? They just get traded in, the new ones, or?
They just become obsolete.
Garbage.
So this is, it's the Alberta First Responders, DFRAX. Communication system, so, before it used to be just a two-way radio that anybody could listen to. On an analog system, these are digital systems that, they're private channels. Similar to, the technology is similar to a cell phone. They only last for, a certain number of years.
That fire department's a gift that keeps on giving, no offense, Bull, but every time you turn around, it's another million, another million, and it just doesn't quit.
Well, that's close to $500,000 for
I know. I don't,
Well,
we just paid it off.
That's a fire truck right there.
unfortunately, well, that's $350,000 doesn't get you much. Yeah, so, this is part of the business that we're in with.
And
providing
we're,
emergency
we're
services.
hoping to, we will push them to the end of life, but the discussion was to prepare for a replacement of them.
And there's no government grants that cover these things.
So,
Nothing, no.
we can purchase them through the provincial purchasing program, which takes them down about half. So previously, when I was buying them, they were at $8,900, and now because the sheriff has signed a deal, they're at $5,300.
And the other radios lasted 30 years, or whatever, somebody told it out or whatever happened.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Well, at that point, we were responsible for the repeater system, and we were responsible for that.
This has no AFRAX costs in the province, and we don't maintain the towers, we don't maintain radio channels.
They can't refurbish these radios, nothing like that.
No, they're like a cell phone, right? They come to an end of life.
So, while we're paying more for the individual radios, we're saving on the infrastructure costs that we would have to maintain throughout, so. having the,
There's interoperability between fire, RC, sheriff. There's one of these for.
EMS, yeah, he just got a new radio. Yeah, he's buying a single, we're buying, you know. Well, he bought one new one for his truck and then one mobile, yeah.
so yeah, so that was just a correction from the August meetings. So the other one I wanted to bring forward was the Heartland offsite levy projects. So we moved to page 266. Just for the new counselors, the offsite levies in the Heartland area. When a developer comes in, they pay a levy. It gets put into a fund for future projects for building future infrastructure. There was one item in that offsite levy that was forecasted to be completed in 2026, and that's Range Road 202 Phase 2 overlay for $1 million. And so, Darby, is there a possibility that we can push that project off? or-
Yes, so when this plan was put together 3 years ago, 2 years ago. The Bungie development was still on the table, and we were expecting that would be in progress now. And that's why the upgrading 202 was the number one priority. With their project being pushed back a number of years, we can foreseeably push back that project. We are in a position where we need it within the next 12 months. This, then we would look at doing the work specifically in 2027, because they've got a multi-year construction plan.
So there's not only budget impacts on this, there's also levy impact or bylaw impacts, so we will have to amend the offset bylaw to these projects because these are approved within that bylaw. So, but essentially, council could choose to move forward with it at this time or push that back into a future year. And I believe our recommendation would be to push that back, so. So we would mark this red when we get to it and then adjust that levy. Okay, any questions on the so then just for council's reference, the offsite levy, all of these projects that are listed on here are in regards to what infrastructure is going to be needed in the Heartland area and how it's going to be funded. Basically, it comes from that levy. And if the council wants maybe a little bit more information, I'd suggest we do a briefing at a future council meeting or committee of the whole. So there's no other questions. The last page I'd like to talk about before we go back to start reviewing and voting is page 294. And this is, we've called it future considerations for capital projects. Essentially, this section will be about things that are coming up that need to be done, but we may not have the fund for. In the one that is being brought up this particular budget cycle is the administration building. So a couple of things that have been noted with the administration building over the last couple of years is handicap accessibility. The administration office here is not easily accessible for anyone who has to manage stairs. These chambers in particular are not wheelchair accessible. And the long staircases for access to the main and basement levels are a challenge. architecturally, they're beautiful, however, more difficult to navigate. The roof, has also had many leaks over the past 2 years. We were able to locate, and repair the leak over the CAO's office. The CPO office, however, has had 4 leaks. I believe that it started leaking again after the writing of this particular briefing, so we are looking into those repairs on it. But most importantly, we'd like to bring to council's attention, the concrete floor and foundation of the building is crumbling and heaving in places. So we did have an inspector out, and the problem was diagnosed as efflorescence, or a sulfate. Yeah. So, and apparently there is no way to repair this issue. The only solution is replacing the concrete with a proper vapor barrier on some base. So administration is suggesting that the county dedicates a yearly contribution to the building replacement fund and address this in a future meeting.
We do have land for rebuilding by the county shop.
Yeah.
We do have land already, so that's. But yeah.
Well,
How much money you gonna throw into it's not gonna end.
You want silence or you want a concrete floor?
I want a new building, save the money both, so that you building, we got the land.
That'll be right after we have data.
Well, the computer system on build a nice building.
So maybe the business case ought to be to determine whether or not we should be spending money on this building or whether we should be buying the next building. Unfortunately, I don't know who would buy this building from us other than perhaps our neighbors across the park.
Yeah, we got a new building.
I think
I think we're getting another seeds on that.
I think the recommendation would not be to spend more money on this building. This would be a significant cost, as well as significant interruption by having to, for what we understand from the inspector was that we would have to move everybody out of the basement, remove the full floor, redo it, and you still have the issue.
You're moving to a new building.
So,
Well, this one just does its thing.
Oh, the Grand Prairie Highway, that was county, is that last Senate?
Yeah.
Yeah, they built beautiful building, like you don't need nothing fancy.
So
It's a basic
they're
building.
having issues with that one.
Well,
That
but
one's
they
ready to fall
didn't
apart.
do
No. That's a $10 million ooh.
yeah,
Oh, really? Oh.
just like the inspection on Range Road 195 doing the coring, they didn't do the geotech.
Yeah.
They did, but they didn't follow the recommendations.
So,
Yeah.
there you go.
Oh, so they did their own thing.
They built out on beams.
Yeah,
That whole area is beam.
so what we would recommend is putting money aside in the building replacement fund, whether that's done in budget now, through taxes, or that is done through year-end surpluses. This is something that council needs to address. Our recommendation at this point is to kick the can down the road, but don't kick it too far. So,
Yeah, there are a number of things in these last few capital pages that may not occur during the 4-year term, but as governors, you need to consider.
We're considering for the next level.
Town council that's been here for how many years? Was it? It was 16 years. 15. There are a couple that have been here for 9 and 4. To your point, the question of handicap accessibility, I mean, residents are aging. If you've got somebody who wants to come into the chamber for a delegation, for some, it may be virtually impossible.
in the last election in 2021, this room was used for the advanced polls. We had a resident come to vote in the advanced polls, and they couldn't come into the room. So
The returning officer.
the returning officer had to take them downstairs. So the only areas in this room that are handicap accessible is the front room, the office where the CPO and deputy fire chief are, and that one meeting room. For instance, when I had my handicap issues as well as a couple of our other staff, with mobility, it was like, oh, we gotta go up all those stairs. It was harder to navigate, so. So in any new, are the buildings fine right now for handicap access because we haven't done any major renovations? But if we were to do a major renovation, we would most likely need to put in a lift, all of those kind of things. It's just. It'd be throwing good money out the bat, so.
So we don't have the fire suppression system in this building at all, do we?
That's, yeah, any renovation that involves more than 25% would require
Yeah.
today's fire code, so that you have sprinklers, alarms, evacuation, and all that.
And I'm pretty sure that's in here.
So-
Imagine the fire suppression system.
The roof already leaks, so it's got it.
So most likely preparing the floor downstairs would be over 25% renovation, so.
Yeah.
So the costs are, this item is just bringing forward that the costs are significant. We're not recommending doing anything to this building, but we are recommending that council should be putting aside some money. So, and it would be the matter of, does council want to build this in the next 4 years, the next 8 years, next 10 years, whatever it would be, but council needs to know that there are concerns with it. So, and this building may have to just be abandoned or demolished depending on the use, or if somebody is willing to purchase it for a different use, then
Maybe I should provide radio Thompson County, this need to be their head office.
it
They
may,
always want it offsite.
it may well. So we don't know what that answer may be.
Okay.
So there are possible uses for it. We haven't done any.
When this thing was built, that her facing the plants in case there's an explosion, it's supposed to be that safe place in town right here in this council chamber.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
That was a rumor.
That's what,
Now it's falling
oh,
down.
that's what the architect's design, that is in the early '70s, so that's what I was wrong with, I said it's a big there's 3 or 4 layers of brick.
Oh.
So, okay, so we've essentially got through all of the items in the agenda. Our part would be now to go back to start going through the capital assets, starting the voting process. It is almost noon, lunch is here, so now would be a time to.
Yeah, we'll call a recess. We know it's make that motion and then we'll come back. Oh, I guess we don't have to make a motion. We'll come back at 11:30 or 12:30, right? Everybody's good with a half hour? Everybody, welcome. Great, everybody, thank you. Welcome back. It's 12:37. We're gonna keep moving on with our budget deliberations.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed. So just to kind of carry on from where we were before lunch, we're gonna just talk about 294, the future considerations for capital projects. We talked a little bit about replacement of the building. My recommendation to that, since we don't have it anywhere for voting on any particular spreadsheet, was that a suggestion would be that the administration come back at a future council meeting with a briefing to discuss what some of the options are, what some of the future costs may be, get some additional information, most likely February, March, so that we can determine what appropriate reserve transfers might be for the future years. So unless there's some funding that council wants to start forward now, but I think it'd be best to just look at that as a future budget amendment. So if council's in agreement with that, then we'll move to page 170. What we won't go through the items again, but they will be there for your reference. We'll start by going through it and doing the voting on these items. So it is presented on your screens or on the big screen.
What page is that?
170. And we'll be using the green, yellow, and or red concept. Green is we're going to go ahead with that this year. Yellow is that we're going to start the procurement process, but we won't procure anything until council approves, and red is that we are not going to do it this year.
And you can highlight on your papers, Public Works 01 and 02, because those are already pre-ordered.
Yes, so the $680,000 for the two graders were approved by the previous council, so those will have to be approved. And then what will happen after this, after we go through this voting, then Ms. Rostercheck will be putting together the funding, and we'll talk to about the funding and reserves and cap and grant, and then we'll circle back afterwards to talk about operating revenues. So we'll start with ASB 2026-02, Unit 4104, a 2015 Chevrolet 1500 crew cab replacement for $61,500. Questions or voting?
Green, yellow. Which one was that again? That's that half of the.
That's that, page 171.
$267,000 yeah. Yellow.
Got $267,000, I think.
I think that's 71 is
171.
it's 187,000.
Current kilometers is just shy of 200.
This isn't the one for parts, is it? Did you go for parts of it?
This
No.
is under egg services.
Weed inspector and stuff.
Yeah.
We can move back. Let's try to make some forward progress.
Okay,
I think we can reasonably mark the next one green because we have been directed by council.
yeah.
Yeah, sounds great.
So the freight truck, green, if agree with that.
Okay, on the sidearm, we usually replace those are under replacement program as it is. Green. Police got any money for them? Yeah, we do it early enough. Yeah.
We're anticipating a $10,000 trade-in for that, for a $48,000.
The tractor, there's actually two.
Kind of see green, so on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you got a tractor, but there's two of them. Are we looking to go out from orange and go to a different color? Cause they're having huge issues with the one for
We're having lots of trouble. The bill was 25 grand. We put the wiring harness in it, we had a borrowed one there, they're just. They're an excellent tractor.
Well, they were, what did Terry show us, their replacement, they were getting 168,000, 165 with the at auction.
So we do have a trade in a lot smaller than one. And yeah, there is some, the, on page 184, this is some of the retail prices of music, but. Yes, we have two items, they're both for 230,341, is what the estimates are.
Are we looking at one, two?
So the first one is a normal timely replacement. The second one is an accelerated replacement because it's not working.
There's no warranty on it, I think.
These are, I believe they're just past warranty.
So there's still.
This first one has second one.
The second one has extended warranty, but it's broken down more than it's working. So the guy has been looking for work for. And it never breaks down by the top.
Ever.
So
I'd be okay with replacing both.
I'm comfortable.
You can do it,
Yeah.
Green pursuit.
for both.
They're gonna be trouble.
It's trouble, yeah.
Okay, so let's pop back up to 2026-06, a mower replacement. It's another Degelman mower. So the other item was the sidearm. This is the after mower. 2 years old. They have we've been finding that if we replace them at that point,
We avoid gearbox problems.
yes, we avoid gearbox.
Green.
So the next one is the brush truck. This is a $150,000 purchase. This is the business statement on page 185. Condition. It is a 2000, so there's not necessarily a large amount that we may get for it. We will some of them. So. These units are able to get out in the field, out in the bush areas. In, in the sand where a traditional truck has to stay on the road.
Let's go back to Andrew. The ones coming out of Andrew, we're gonna make a swap with one of the two on one to pull the trailer, this one.
What trailer do you pull now?
That, one with the new HEV that council approved last year. We'll put the dually to pull the trailer with the single axle or single wheels out to add into the little bullet trailer. Just based on weights.
This one that you're buying is a dually?
We buy a cabin chassis, and then we have the deck custom built. And we buy a skid unit and put it on. And our comparators to our neighbors bought 3 of them in the last 2 years, and they were 285, 315, and 330. And we're building what we need for 150 instead of purchasing it as a unit.
Neighboring, Beaver. Discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, the next item is utility vehicle replacement. The business case for that is on page 193. We discussed yesterday about changing units to 92,000 to offset purchasing a 1 ton instead of a 3/4 ton. This is replacing a 2002 F-150.
That's. As, I think Aaron looked it up, it's 250 pounds more, you can put on a 1 ton, it's got 1 week's swing more.
Yeah, let's not get a confirmed price back, we've asked, James called this morning looking for it, but I just don't have a confirmed.
Okay, so a buddy of mine buys trucks for a big oil field company, he's 180 pickups, the GM. There's the 6 point whatever liter, there's a cast iron block and there's an aluminum, he said, make sure you buy the cast iron block. The better more,
That's 6.2.
the 6.2.
The approval for us,
Yeah, just to see.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, when you're asking, double check on the motors, cause he said that the other ones don't last. So they're buying their whole fleet of these, cast iron blocks.
So can we provisionally work out?
That's the 1992, you said, how big columns?
2002.
2002. How many kilometers on it?
234,000. We're 267,000.
Where's this truck at? Is that the one on the rear end? The one that came from the port?
Yeah. And then a few other places before that, isn't there?
Yeah.
You're like the fourth owner of that truck.
That truck was asked to be out of Bruderheim 6 years ago, 7 years ago.
So we're going green with that?
Do we want to use 92 or 95 though? And we can always, once procurement happens, we can bring that back. So Gary Green for this truck?
Green.
Okay. The RTC furnace replacements is the next item, $18,000, page 195. This is replacing 20, 21, and 21-year-old furnaces. And essentially it makes that training center fully functional.
I think we're kind of into it far enough now that if we don't, we got damage.
Yeah, we got no choice. They're down to the furnaces, I mean, they are gonna crumble against. That's honestly.
I would say green.
For that? So, okay, unit 5228, the rescue replacement for 550,000. That is on page 196, with the 1996 Great Hunter Rescue Station.
Well, I was thinking on that, our cats are getting old, and again, I'm gonna ask, we get, instead of this, see if we can look at getting new cats that we got forest fires north of Bruderheim where they usually happen. On the old cats, I don't know if you wanna send somebody in there. What cat that has lines that are rubbing and whatever else. My opinion is, these don't time out, maybe we could get a cat, upgrade one of our cats instead. For the safety of our operator when there's a fire in these ones, you know, it's like when you take an old cat into the bush and the fire is burning around you and the hose breaks and your hydraulics quit, you just.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long to cook an operator.
This one only has 25,000 K plus whatever hours rate, but I'm sure you could probably carry all this for.
So you want to go yellow as, we'll talk about it again later, or you want to go red and we'll talk about it until next year's budget?
I'd like to say red, they might, for me anyhow.
Yep.
Let's say red, doesn't let it go to the air.
Well, smoke.
So there is another rescue on the asks for next year.
Okay, so 550 is red. So we're moving past the two motor graders. The next was unit 1360. a case 5521 loader. That is on page 202 of package. It's $430,000 replacement.
Utilize multiple loaders throughout the day, this one might see 5 hours a year.
Yeah, it's a red.
Case loader.
Loaders and open.
The page 204 is a Castleton belly dump trailer. We're looking at $130,000 purchase for unit 1517. This is a 2011 belly dump trailer.
The thing for me is, and I hope it's not the right numbers, is it's 130,000 for a new one, but we only estimated 20,000 as our sale cost, sale price. So I'm kind of like 110,000 a trailer now, like that depreciated hard.
Yeah, 11,000 plus the 30,000.
Yeah.
Our replacement values are based on auction sales of similar or same equipment this summer. Looking at current market, as close to current market value as possible.
Who estimated 30,000 to fix wiring and air?
So that was the Castleton manufacturer in Newbury, one who was in there for repairs this summer. That was the estimate, the repair estimate they gave us for, to keep it going long.
I would think we could probably do that for.
Yeah, but 30 grand. I want to see what they had on that list. I really want to see that list.
For me, right now, it's a red, honestly, it's a red for me, like.
Trailers 2011, so
That's
it's
7 years old.
16, 15 years
14
old.
years old and figured it out. 14 years old.
So if something is marked red, it's not funded in the budget. Presumably it gets pushed up into the future.
That's correct.
We adjust our 10-year replacement, 15-year replacement plan. If the, let's say for the sake of argument, we did 50-20 rescue replacement, if that piece of apparatus fails, we will be coming back during the year and looking to fund it out of reserves anyway.
That's
Same thing with this castle. If they also during the year, we'll be coming to council saying, hey, we're gonna this piece of equipment wasn't funded in the budget. We can ask to get it funded out of reserve.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask Mr. Eads a couple of questions. Will this pass the CETA this year in its current state? And second question was, would we need to increase the operating budget by 30,000 to repair it?
To repair, we have to.
Do we have appropriate money in our operating budget to repair it, or should we be?
This would be probably over and above what we've allocated in the operations.
We have 4 mechanics in the shop right now.
It's Airlines electric.
Yeah, you fish it through.
Yeah. So you just pull some new wires for lights.
I was 18 when I rebuilt my trailer wiring and stuff, so I'm pretty sure a mechanic can figure that out.
Well, there's probably more issues than that, I would say. For 30,000, we probably have some hangers or the springs.
And it actually got air on it, so and they do that brakes and they were done on this trailer, we did already a couple of years ago. I can't see it more now again.
Let's swing back to that one. Start with this one.
So let's go to unit 2119. This is a 2013 Chef 2500. This is on page 206.
That's the first one.
This is
This is the one.
single
Yeah,
cab first.
it's got 267,000.
Yes, this one has, 267 kilometers.
And what was the gradient on this one again?
Revised to 2,500. Estimated sale value.
Yeah.
So you can.
So I mean, if there is yellow items, those are yellow items that come back in the spring.
Yeah. I can go with you, honestly, really, yeah.
Bring her back in the spring.
They don't need no more.
This one is the addition of the fleet plate compactor adapter.
Put that yellow for spring, see what happens with.
Yeah, you can think he's gonna do some numbers and crunching for us.
Okay, so that one is yellow. Replacement scale shack for 35,000. That was on page 210 of the package.
What are we using for a scale shack on our scale right now at the seal in? Yeah.
210, that is a picture of the scale.
That's what the CLA fit right now.
That's what we're doing.
You got the other shack that you said you fell through the floor and stuff,
Yes,
what was it replaced with?
so we're utilizing this scale shack. Another scale shack.
They fit all in with a skid and protectors over the windows and solid door for that. There's 11 grand last year, or the year before, $11,000 brand new. With a heating system and everything in it, air conditioning, heating.
Was it one of those ski ones?
So, no, it's, oh yeah, 12 by 12, or an 8 by 12.
Oh, that's.
With big window and pass through and the next door and gray silver windows and a heavy door that you can't break in.
So you're suggesting you support the replacement on the price?
Yeah. So yellow again, because then we're just gonna.
Same shop.
Or you can go green, because you leave the price.
We could probably pursue a price, a repricing by December 16th. I hate for this to be a major issue for us to do.
Yeah.
Were you comfortable with it? 25?
I have a question, if I can, maybe. Do we need it to be on its own trailer?
No, in fact, the one is
So now I have a question for you, and then maybe look this up. There's a company that's right out beside us on Highway 16 that has they're at that flea market area there. They're selling those buildings, they're like little cabin style building, for $7 grand.
Yeah.
They put it on to mount it to a skid, so you could skid it on and off, it'd be an extra, maybe 3. So you're looking at 10 grand instead of 35,000. And those are.
Yeah, and you know, and my concern is the safety and well-being of our employee and security of the building, because we do keep, there's equipment inside there at night during winter. Whether it's a sea cabin, whether it's a cabin, you know, a shed style, I don't have a preference to. It doesn't go up and down the highway more than twice a year, really. So
And I think if.
the reason we were looking at the sea cabin style was one,
They're secured.
they're secured and fully wired, and they're road proof. Because they can't shoot through the wall. The only places.
That's the issue, it's inside out of 11 grand, and it's got a heating system, windows with door, with the great covers, it's on a skid. And it's big wide doors, we were putting like the power plant inside the door. There's $100,000 and it's all finished inside now.
So I think when we do, for the things that we consider, just so that if you guys consider is, we'd be willing to do the new shack, but we're not willing to do 35,000 for one, right? And you know, if you have it in a closer price range, it's easier for us to say yeah or not, right?
So for planning purposes, can we put it at 15, and of course, if we
Yeah.
get something that's less, then we never take that money out of those.
Yeah, it's something that's gonna last the time, right?
We'll agree to 15.
Hopefully, we can work within that budget, Darby. So
So,
we'll get two.
so let's go back to, the top one, 61,500. Unit 4104 for the ASP program.
Or isn't it the beaver truck they use now?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe online, no.
When you're getting them online, let's do 15, 17. What's you on the belly button? We all that one over.
The CVIP on the.
So we can make that yellow and come back in the spring after we find out that it's passed or not.
Well, yeah, and what the actual value is gonna be and what the work is required, right?
Yeah,
$50 an hour to ourselves too.
well,
We have to charge the tax to ourselves at $150 an hour.
in your 2015 Chev is molded over enough?
We've sent Terry a link.
See what like. Yeah. Yeah. It's got life left there, it's 2014.
Well, that wouldn't be the beaver truck if it's 2015.
Red. Red? Yeah, all red, we don't need to get here yet. It's red. It's red. That out there is red.
Yeah. It's black, right?
In the weed control and the mowing program. You want to pull up the trailer?
No, they pulled the new pulled the trailer.
No, this one here is the one that they use for cutting the grass. They pull when they go around to the signs.
They had a really pull in that new trailer for the sign.
Yeah, I think they also know a chemical and a little chemical in there.
Yeah.
The mowers, I see them there with something.
That new trailer we got in all the more, we got a new one.
Okay, Margaret, so, sorry, I was talking
Yeah.
to Ms. Rostrick, so the 15-17, was there a voltage?
Red, sorry, yellow.
Yellow.
He's gonna find out after February for the CVIP.
It's real.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we will adjust the sale of equipment, trade-ins for those items. What we'll do is we'll take a recess after we get through all of this and I'll be able to do that. So I would move now to page, we're gonna jump back and forth a little bit. I go to page 250, the carry forward projects.
What date?
250. So this is the projects that were started in 2025, carried forward to 2026. This is the question about, do we want to continue them? And then we'll get into the newer capital projects for 2026. So the gravel pit strategy carrying forward at $230,000. Does council still want to continue with the gravel pit strategy?
So.
This is the exploration of the pits that we have put $300,000 in budget for 2025. We've only spent the $70,000, so we would need to continue.
Is the work we're doing now at the AT pit and that.
That is the money we've spent.
That's the
on
same.
equipment rental.
Does this include licensings for the other ones? We need to do licensings for two other pits.
We did utilize a little bit of the money for their licensing,
For a
all the other.
County pit up north.
We claim this spring.
So,
Yeah, well.
So we have some, next year for. That's, it's just to keep them in compliance, so that will come on this month.
So that we're doing that work, you said we have approval.
Oh, yeah, we have, but we do have to do a update as part of our approvals. So we're just keeping to keep our approvals up to date. We do that. So those are due next year.
So we're doing that in-house or are we hiring consultants?
We've hired a consultant, Fairmore contract. This is what the work they do is gravel things, licensing. So they're doing the reclamation monitoring. We reclaim in the spring, and they're also helping us with
So going forward, are we gonna eat this money up with equipment rentals or is it?
This money might shoot up on all of its rentals, or it might be, 40% engineering and some rental. Because we still need to write a second dose of what we're still.
Regardless, we've already started this project, maybe, I'm just carrying on from last year.
it's the months.
It's already been set aside, so.
Yes.
It's green.
Yeah, so well, if council chooses not to, then we would not spend any more money on it. If council chooses to carry it forward, we'll bring that money in. We were using a reserve for this anyways.
It's green, we're already started.
Who owns that government pit? Did they, the county buy it off the government? So that's our,
Yep.
so that we can sell it after the gravel out.
So you're marking that green.
Yeah.
So I got 30,000. The top three bridges on the bottom section. Again, are we waiting for SIP funding?
We are waiting for, yes, we're the application deadline was November 30th, and it was last week. We are waiting, till May till we find whether we're successful on any or all of them. As Mr. Boyle said earlier, our thought is if we don't get SIP funding, then these will not go forward unless it's want to pursue alternative funding.
So we go yellow and then it doesn't.
Yeah. Okay, so the first three in there would be yellow. Yes, so the bottom one, bridge file 74671, the 396,000. That was funded through the CCBF.
We got the money.
We've got a CCBF grant, and council has set aside matching reserves. We've also submitted that resubmitted that consideration. Again, if we're successful, then there's no cost of county for that project.
So that's like the green, so that's great.
Let's look at that interpretation of those first three on yellow. I think they're green subject to grant.
Yes, but yellow at this point.
But they don't get a grant.
So the grant comes in. Yes,
Because you're gonna have to do some totals at the end.
that's correct.
Yeah.
We have Mr. Elliott on the teams. I don't know whether you want to go with that. But we spent some time on the discussion about the for replacement. Did they have any questions for Terry?
Unit, get Perry to give the number, so you know what we're talking about.
Terry, unit 4104, can you hear us? You're muted.
He's gone.
He's here still?
Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you guys.
Okay, we're gonna try to talk really loud. So we're looking at unit 4104, 2015 Chevrolet 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 replacement. Has some significant mileage. Counselors wanted to have further understanding on why this needs to be replaced this year.
Okay, what? If council looking at anywhere to cut, that would be one of the areas that from ASB you could consider. That's just based on the 10-year equipment, or sorry, the 10-year equipment replacement plan.
Okay, so if council has painted everything else green and that one's red, that's the right one to be red.
Everything else is green, by the way. The sidearms and the mower and all that are green, and the two Kubota tractors. This is the only red thing you got for your department.
Okay,
Very good. So you can live another year if you have to. Got it.
All right, thanks, Terry.
Thanks, yeah. Okay, so, back to, bridge 74671. Page 259. This is one that was already started, has some funding as well.
We've already started.
We've already started the project.
Yes, this one, all the land except for one side of the road is purchased. All the environmental approvals are required, the designs complete, this project is changing.
The person with the land just didn't want it done at harvest time, otherwise it's fine.
Yeah, so I agree with the land. Engineering started. Construction.
Okay, so that's a green. Yep.
Good, excellent. All right, so we will move to 2026 capital projects. That is back to page 214, 214. So the first one is a new server, both for the network and for the ERP program. That is a cost of $28,000 for a server. It is a $23,000 server plus a $5,000.
Ongoing operation, and it will aid us in our transition to.
That's correct.
That's kind of the whole.
And it will be out of warranty. If we choose not to approve it, we'll be out of warranty. And there's a potential for significant downtime for our administration. Okay, so the next one is the Lamont County entrance signs. The discussion earlier today was to put in $100,000 to 1 quarter. For the entrance signs, come up with a program to identify which roads and which type of signs earlier in the year.
More clearly 100 per year for 3 years.
That's correct.
Maybe a while, I do know.
Well,
Depending on the style that council chooses to utilize. So, but again, that'll come back. We'll put the dollar values in budget, and then we'll be able to come up with the definitive size, design, and
I think this goes a long way in our image.
It does. I'll tell you honestly, I got a text from our planning downstairs, and they said, times are adapting.
I think it's just, especially if you put them strategically in the main spots, right?
Yeah. That's what it said here, it's just 4 of them on your major routes. 15 and 16.
Get a price of 25 grand, 4 sites for 100 grand, then pretty sure we're getting more than that.
We could shop around it a little bit.
They got some prices coming.
So we mark that as a green
For 100,000,
100,000.
and then it's gonna come back and we decide.
Yeah, all of this goes back.
This is image and branding, so this is important for council.
I know just driving around, like, pretty bad.
Right, I'm up for a microphone in here,
Yeah,
I got a text, that's $50, get a new mic, can't hear you.
we gotta tell, that's all I hear too, everywhere I go. Nobody can hear us.
Very couldn't hear us.
Yeah, he sat there dumbfounded for a while himself, right?
We'll ask Ms. Benoit to let you know what she heard from our supplier later in the meeting.
Check out the title, I want to see what they got, cause they got pretty something in there.
Amazing on that side.
Okay. So the next item is the Public Works Yard remediation. So this was one where council early in the day suggested $100,000 for 5 years. And do this in a progressive manner. That's on page 227.
Here's the way to look at it.
The hard one.
No, I don't think so. $100,000 over 5 years. So in 5 years, when we build a new building, we got $500,000 to start doing the work on the yard and everything. Cause we know this place ain't gonna last. We've already been told that.
Yeah, but just 500 grand yard cleanup for a building.
We're gonna be building and doing the whole thing all.
It's all that money and you obviously think about the future.
We clean that yard and do it the way it's supposed to, and then we still have a spot to build where we're gonna be building.
So you say set aside 100,000 a year and then do a more, so you do it.
Well, I'm saying
It's that little bit back there with-
set $100,000 off a year. And then in 5 years, we get $500,000 worth of remediation and everything.
You eliminated that problem and you've already started thinking about the future.
So this is a program contribution.
Great.
Could we get a picture when we were buying that land for the, for the 2 new houses that all went? Yeah, they were real shot, but, cause it's not as great. They go from acreage and then they go whatever. We were buying it, they had a
Just the aerial.
aerial shot of what we were buying.
Yeah, we can bring that up.
So yeah, bring it up, especially for the.
Yeah.
I think you have a question for all of us and, so you got. Mind will be on
They go there, look at it after the meeting.
there.
So what the rate is proposed is to set aside 100,000 every year for the next 5 years and then do the reclamation.
So that'll need to be a contribution from operating, so that we'll actually add that to the operating sheet, which we will be discussing as a service level, so.
What if in 3 years you want to spend $300,000 and you can check it out?
Well, it'll be programmed to reserve, so we'll have that. So if we put it in operating, we'll be able to have that as a programmed reserve, so.
However you gotta word it, just we got 500,000 by the end of 5 years. If need be.
Yeah, it's in there, right?
So we'll come back to that in the discussion, this one. Or, yellow, yeah, let's mark it yellow, so. So, okay, purple, I don't know, some other couple blue. So the last one is, in this top section is road improvements for Range Road 192 and Township 562. That is on page 229. So this is raising the elevation of this particular section of road to above the high water mark of the lake. And this is $625,000. So, okay, there was a question about, the past costs for 203. Thank you, Ms. Rossiter. So this was funded, 1/3 by Synovus, 1/3 by a grant, and 1/3 by the county. The total cost for that road was $639,000. That was done.
They did the intersection, they moved the fences and I think they went deep, but Lamont line a little deeper. For that one. They only built, well, you super be lanes, so you come up and you level up the road and turn this side of it.
Yeah, I know which one you're, yeah, now I know. Yeah.
This is the road west of Synovus. So that's those costs, so we were able to pull those for council, so this particular, that was done back in 2021 at 639,000. This particular project for 2026 has been budgeted at 625. Again, done by a contractor. Tender that project out and of course bring it back to council.
Hopefully we can get it more up there and buy it, so. I'll save money, but.
Well, it's dry right now.
But if we get rain and the slough fills up, where it's gonna be.
You won't get anything on that slough. I went to dig a test hole for that when they were building 562.
Yeah.
And we hardly got the track out of there.
No.
It's
gotta be
it's much underneath, they dug a dugout on the
west side of the road.
west side of the road in the hill, actually, is where they dug the dugout on that road, but that slough is pure muck and stuff under.
That's what I was saying, maybe north of it, we can.
Yeah. But if contractors,
We had a venture for Ship Road 562. Is there anything left in that?
Those are 560.
This is on 192, it's gone on 562. It's the north south road.
Just for council's reference, though, that debenture funds that is in reserves for Township 560. And speaking with the auditors a month and a half ago, the auditors have said that we've used up all of the proceeds. The consideration of the proceeds for that particular debenture, so there is no need to now hold that just for that project. Council can reallocate that to another project if the council.
And you know how much is left in there?
It's on page 165. Page 155, that is the,
1.3.
yes.
So we could use that to do this road, right?
Well, this money can be used for any council purpose at this point. Council should reallocate the reserve, so.
So that's the drainage work we did with 560, the contractor did, that's done. They paid out of that 1.3.
Yes, you'll see that there was $110,000 that was pulled out of it in 2025. Sorry, 130.
What did that? 4 miles, 45, Andrew, what did that go about? Just the aspect of one.
Yeah.
What does it cost for a shoulder pole per month? For patrol?
It would be a, that's not a capital project.
Let's turn to yes, there was somewhere out to about 3 million available. That was a potential for another road, which is now ours to use.
That's correct.
So is this a priority for council?
That's almost half of that. 1.3 million, you're only fitting 800 meters of road.
Yeah. It's a dry year.
This fall, it had to do it because it's going dry in there. Yeah. We could have had,
And if we don't get any snow this winter, I mean, it could.
but if that too filled up, then there'll be no.
But also do 163 or 562.
So we,
What does that road need? Sorry, right?
The lake road where there's, oh, you know, everybody goes with all their skip, combines, straight, letters, seed.
Yeah.
Isn't that the old camp? You know, isn't there a camp at the end up there? Anyways, so what are we talking here? 192 and 562? Are we
192 from 562 north.
Yeah, so I know the area. And honestly, it's been open long time.
We holding it off until yellow, until we figure out what, when,
Do we want to loop back today after we've looked at everything else, or do you want to consider it sometime in the future?
that's what I'm asking. Do we want to look at it in the future, or do we want to?
Spring is dry,
Well, that'd be determined, but do you want to do it or not?
because if all of a sudden it's under a foot of water, well,
Then you've allocated half of that money that could be used for something else. That's the only thing. So I would say put it as yellow and come back in the spring when you know what it's gonna be like.
what the situation was. It'd be nice to do the road. You don't want to fight a foot of water either.
Okay, so it's yellow then.
Spring. Okay, so the multi-year projects, the first one is the new ERP financial system, that's on page 231. So this is a multi-year project, looking at $75,000 fee for have a company come out and develop procurement and develop what system needs to be done. And then following that, we'd know more closer what the next 2 years, but right now we're budgeting 1.2 million per year.
Is there any other choice?
Nope.
Yeah, you don't know that it's not choice or this. Everything's gonna shut right down. I mean,
You know that one.
So the next one is the capital culvert program, replacement program. This is 500,000 per year. We could, what I heard earlier was marked at yellow.
Well, we're still, it's all to do. Still do it.
Okay, so then green for that. 500,000.
Not the question, is because you brought up that money is left over, can that be used for an overlay?
that's what I was just thinking.
For your 195 overlay?
Right, yeah, that could be, it's as council's.
There's no granting available for possibly for anything like that.
Possibly the CCBF, but most likely not. We could look into that. The other thing we could look at is, do we do the engineering? And look at grants to do the actual costs in the.
Well, the engineering, obviously, we have to do that. We're gonna have to figure that out, right?
So, and there'll always be a portion that we have to cover.
I just question, maybe there's a grant that's out there.
Most likely not, but the only one I can think about is the CCBF grant. But I don't know if, because it's an overlay and which is essentially a rehab, don't know if it would qualify, but we would put in the grant request for that. So.
The only other grant that I know of, is part of STIP, the local road, the bridge program is part of STIP. There's also the resource road program, it's part of STIP, but that can't be used, for paving, it's only for government surface.
Yeah, and the resource road program lately has been very difficult to get funding.
That makes it up to council. Are you willing to spend this money on this instead of 192? Or do we not want to look at it for this year, or hold on for another year on 195?
What if we actually agree to just do the testing, see what we actually need there, right?
So we can,
And revisit it once we actually know.
so then you go green with it, gives us a chance to do the engineering, and then you got a year to adjust the budget if we decide not to do it.
Yeah, we could just kind of for illustration purposes, do green for the 50,000 and yellow for the 665.
Yeah.
So that
Well, yeah.
council
we
can
have to
say
do the testing, obviously. I mean, someone's gotta do the testing.
Okay, so if you can write it out that way, Rodney, be green and yellow.
green and yellow. Just like Ms. Rock. Sure you have, so. Okay, the next three bridges are ones that have been, applied for STIP, 45,000 a year, with the 2027 construction.
So we go yellow because we're waiting for step. Yellow, yellow, yellow. All three.
14, 15, 16, 13, 14, 15.
And then the last one is 1304, and there's $70,000 worth of construction remaining. Oh, sorry, that is the,
Bridge repair on 203.
the bridge repair, yes. Green?
Yep.
That's green on my.
But we don't fix it now, it'll be, replacement, that'll be $3 million, so.
Yeah, everybody's.
And that bridge, in our area, that's a bridge that was built in 69, but I bought it in two bridges, so.
Well, it's probably better rated, right? That, you know, when you look at it.
There's a good one on 201, 200, or 200 has a good one.
Oh, I know area.
So-
I mean, they need them, right?
Page 265 would be the, just wanted to then point out that that $250,000 will be moving to 2031. Is that correct, Darby? The, yes. So we'll be moving that to 2031. So that'll be an amendment. I don't believe there's any other concerns on 265. 266 is the 2026 project for Range Road 202. That's the second boss, the first item. Administration's recommendation is to move that to 2027. Is there any concern with that? Make it red. Okay, so there is what close pretty quickly. But what we'll do is closed session, we'd like to talk about the gravel lease that was addressed in last meeting. Give Ms. Rossiter time to do some funding, so we may need a short recess after that. And then we'll be able to come back and start looking at the final items and whether we, what recommendations that the budget committee will give to council. So after this, so we are the committee then recommends to council. So we'll have on the 16th, we'll have an approval of a budget. And that gives time for council now to think about those items between now and then. So, of course, there's often opportunities for adjustments. So.
Yes, you guys know that 40 is the beaver truck. Good confirmation.
Yeah. So.
That's a 15, did you guys do it years ago?
That's the oldest one in the fleet.
That's the oldest one in the fleet.
The new one for that's my new truck.
I don't even have anything that new.
Is, before we go into closed session, is there any other comments or items that council would like to discuss?
We're good enough.
Sections.
Move for that.
Please. And
Yeah. I would say
Interest 730. 19 and 28. Oh, sorry. Not. Last night, mine were like that. You want to make this motion?
Well, council, December 2nd, 2025, budget committee meeting into a closed meeting at 1:37 p.m. Excuse me, to discuss the following items: gravel lease, ATIA 29. 21.
All in favor?
Yep.
Carried.
I'm on it.
Yeah. Yeah. 251. All right, we'll move back into open meeting at 12:50 or 2:51 PM. All in favor? Carried.
So the next part we wanted to provide for council is we are going to show the funding for the capital equipment that that council has approved and where we're going to be able to get that money from. So we'll be using the click share, getting it on screen.
We'll go to page.
So it'd be easiest to watch on screen in one time. So the overall capital equipment that has been allocated is 2.2. So the Degelman sidearm and down is added in that number. So where we're getting the money to fund that, the LGFF, which is the local government fiscal framework, is the main grant that we can use for that. We'll pull in $1.3 million from that grant. We'll need to access $857,000 from the vehicle and equipment reserve. The balance in that happens to only be $700,000 at this particular point. But once we sell the equipment, the trade-ins, we'll be able to put that money back into it. So there'll be a little bit of in and an out. And so they'll be at the end of the year, once those trade-ins happen, will be around 443,000 positive back in that reserve. And then we'll also be using the emergency services reserve, 18,000 of that for equipment. So that's how we're funding the capital equipment. And you'll see those motions come back in the December 16th meeting for capital projects. We are in that bottom section, so we're funding $695,000 worth of projects in the 2026 year. For multi-year projects plus $128,000 for one-year projects. Can you change the format so we can?
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Let's do this. Better?
There we are. So
Sorry.
So the bridge reserve, will use 70,000 of the bridge reserve, 50,000 of capital road reserve, and 700 from general capital. And you'll see what the balances are there at the reserves currently, and then we'll be pulling those amounts out of that. So we have the money in reserves to fund these capital projects and capital assets that council has approved in that. So, and the big one, just back to the capital equipment, the big one we use for funding is that LGFF funding, the local government fiscal framework. So, was there any? There was no other projects that. Yeah. So then council will have a request for the what did we call that? The environmental project for the public works yard. We'll make a reserve motion at the September 16th meeting to move from that Township 560 debenture funds to an environmental reserve. And council may at that point. So, and then, so back on the capital side, now if we go to the summary of service levels for operating items. So we've put forward a tax rate discussion, a 2% increase to farm and residential of 88,000. That has not been voted on in open session, but that would be a 2% increase to farm and residential classes. And so, believe council discussion was that that would be marked green on that, as well as, sorry, Tracy, I forgot to tell you about one other one. Under Office of the CIO, intermunicipal considerations. Intermunicipal.
Oh, sorry.
And that is $3,770. 770.
To a plus or
Positive like that. So. Yes, it's an expense. So down at the bottom of this spreadsheet, we should have a $370,000 surplus forecasted for 2026. Any questions? We have got through a lot of information in 2 days. So set the effort and doing the detailed questions and digging that was required of this budget. It December 16th, that's a reserve transfer. Reserve. And just for council's information, we did some digging on what the cost of those signs in Camrose County were. We were able to get that they're roughly $8,800 for a sign not installed.
So 10 of them is $88,000.
Yeah,
that's a little high.
Yeah. So that's not installed. That's a basically almost a mesh type frame background with cutouts. So
those good, the wind won't see when you got a lot.
So, but again, that'll come back to council as a briefing or RFD once we get all of the.
Well, just as a question, there we go, but for installation of those, do we install or do we have to get?
So we are able to install them with their road signs, inside. So that we can show the actual true costs. The transportation has a few rules that we don't. So any one, the type of cylinder, type of suite could install.
That's what I just wondered, because something like that, no, I don't know what regulation is, can we use screw problems? I think that's what.
Yeah, there's
around.
Yeah, there are some.
Yeah.
Whatever. Decided on, we'll sure that we get.
Yeah, I was just thinking smooth transportation would be the hard work to get into that right away.
That's we have a good relationship.
I'm just, all I was worried was, we're only paying $8,800 for a sign, but then we're paying $10,000 to install it because. The files were, yeah,
We'll-
gotta figure all that.
Yeah, we'll come back to council with the full RFP. Again, this is image and branding.
Yeah.
This is council should be pretty much involved.
We can get all the signs done a lot cheaper than what the first estimate. The first that, but it's gonna be less than half. Get more.
Okay. Any comments from council committee? It's like I said, so the motion would be that the budget committee approve or recommend to council the budget as amended, the proposed budget.
The approval of the budget as a.
Recommend.
Yeah, recommend the approval of the budget.
Yeah. You can-
Christine, I'm on.
Yeah.
To make this motion for us here.
Move the Lamont County Budget Committee recommend to council the approval of budget as amended.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. I think that draws us to the end of budget, does it not?
Yes.
So I think we can make an adjournment at 3:02 PM.